Happy Monday, everybody. It is now Monday, and we have stuff to do. And, I think I'm all squared away and ready. I dropped my breakfast. We just up ready breakfast, and I dropped it, and I was sad, but it's okay. Because we're here, and I get to hang out with you guys, and it'll be okay. Just remove that. Yeah. And then we can bring back Moira and BLT. I hope everybody's having a good Monday regardless. Thank you for the head pat pixels. Thank you. Where is my Moira? She's in Little Bros. Alright. Right, I gotta write stuff down. So we're doing that. Yep, and then art tips. I'm gonna try blended brush strokes. Actually, let's do hand painted textures. Anything again. Oh, I forgot to do my schedule for this week on the socials. I did it in Discord. I forgot to do it on the socials. Where is it? My soul begin again. I can do anything. Oh, it looks like I've been forgetting for a while. Oh my god. Oops. Oh fuck. Alright. Oh shit. Alright. Will be nonetheless as we finish Chibis for charity, do comms and script. On being here. To your life. Post. And then now I gotta do a live now post. Yes. Into your life. I think I did the wrong one. Stream Twitch promos. No. Yeah, I did. Oh, is Jersey stream? Is BZ streaming right now? I have to pull up a multi-Twitch. Oh, look at that new top banner. And then these will go first. Confidence, baby. Yeah, I think my brain is braining. Publish highlights. Thumbnails art, the 24th. Finish save changes. Hates me. Oh, thank you for the check-in pixels. Sin, I should have said that. Ooh, cancel. I wanted to download it. Confidence, baby. Delete video. Okay. The brain is slowly but surely braining. I think she knows. I think she knows. She's making me nervous. Edit the video. I want to add the audio. Oh, this is a short. Do like 25. Maybe not. Use the Kahoot music. I think that'd be funny. Boop, boop. Sure. Nervous, she's making me nervous. Do VTuber clips. Twitch. Streamer. Clips. Repo. How many does this one have? I don't remember. Is it different? I think it's the same. I think Corda, shoulder. Jeans, the movies, I feel so good, magical. Baby, just want you know, I want you to know. Baby, I'm gonna give you the world. It's definitely one of my favorite games to play with my friends, and we've called the exploit Happy Meals. To you every day. Alright, then we post the same thing on YouTube for once. The company. Oh, baby, just me once. What's gonna feel like something else won't feel right. Do you feel right? Tags. Oh, baby, someone want you know, want you know. What my love's gonna feel. Oh my god. So yesterday I was talking to Noble and Body and we were like, "Hi Rainer, thank you for the boop." We were talking about iFunny and Noble had this grand spanking idea of what if we just posted to iFunny. So I'm gonna try that. I have an iFunny account, but I'd rather get a new one. So I'm gonna try it. An untapped potential. An untapped, truly, I accept by clicking I agree. Cars. But yeah, we were like, let's try this, because I like that idea. Sign up. Alright, password saved. Oh. Okay, hold on. City of Wonder. Alright, we'll look up VTuber stuff and then like, because you can post videos and stuff on here. So I was like, well, why don't I just try posting my TikToks on here? So I think that would be funny. So I'm gonna try it. It's untapped. I feel like it's an untapped potential. The only VTuber that I know of that iFunny actively knows of is Chibidoki, I believe. So, hey Lane, how's it going? It's going good. How are you? But yeah. Oh my god. Put it my birthday. Come and grab you. Up inside you and consume you. Alright, cool. And now I'm gonna post a meme on here. I'm great. I just got back from D&D. I'm waiting for the governor to send me my passport. It's been a mini fight. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that last time. I hope you're able to get it so that way you can go traveling, because traveling is good for the soul, I feel like. So I hope that gets sorted out for you quickly and much smoother than in the past. Alright, so now we're gonna try this. Wait. Add audio to it. Okay, you know what I'll do? Release me from this earth I'm in. Is that? I wonder if that matters at all. I wonder if that is meant to be this. Yeah, it is. Cool. Alright. And then I'm just gonna drag this video in here. Don't change. And then I'm just gonna do my typical audio stream. Video editing resources. Audio. Shooting stars. Thank you. It'd be nicer just planning logistics for a trip. Understandable. I hope it's a good trip. I hope that it's fun and it's nice and it's a change of pace so you get refreshed on life. I was gonna have to get a passport when I used to work in game development, because once a year we'd have like offsites where we all get to meet each other, because a lot of the team was from separate parts of the US and the UK. Like we had people from Australia, people from Sweden, we had people from like the California, me at the time Colorado. So it was like a nice once a year thing where the company would pay for us all to get together. And we were gonna go to Europe, but then things happened. So I should probably get my passport, but I haven't bothered to yet. Smile. UK, aka the rest of the world outside the US. Yep. I actually want to get TikTok template. Actually, don't save. File, save project as. Just gonna call this fix. This is gonna be super quick because I just want to edit something to have audio with it. So. Oh, both of us are young. Puppy love is hand in stays. The 20th. I think it was the 21st that we just downloaded, no? Car hop at the pop shop. No, Tuesday was the 20th. Cool. My pretty little baby, so in love with you. Be little baby, so pretty little baby, pretty little baby. Okay. Okay. And then I'm just gonna render this really quick. Should be okay because it's really not that much content information. Dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. Ooh, that means I have to change the one for here as well, actually. Rock your body. Rock that body, rock that body, rock your body. Delete forever. Because this is also one that wouldn't have audio with it, which would break it. Break my brain. Rock. Bottom of top. Alright, close this. Copy this. Repo edition. VTuber. I wanna rock right now. I wanna rock right now. I wanna rock right now. I wanna dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. I wanna go for a ride. The music and rock your body. Oh, this is just my like songs, I just realized. Let me change it to the DJ. Rock that body. Close. Okay, now that's fixed. And we add a meme, choose file, TikTok, this one. Let's post here. Figured. Small compilation of Music was a bedroom, almost me again. Publish it. Hey, okay, well, cool. Okay. Need to do some color back. She looks so too. I'm love like me again. I DM'd people on the Twibber. So I want to do videos on them, but I cannot. I want to wait until they say yes. Did I download the wrong one? Did I make an oopsie? This is the 19th. Two separate. So specifically with 35, 40, 45. What was this day? That was 19th. Was it? I at least ask. If they don't, will I? If they take, let's talk about it. If they take too long, and then we'll do this. I do it anyway. That's what I did with Nekomiki. I asked for permission, and then she never responded, and then I did it anyway. Did I script at all? Yeah, okay, I was scripting. This was Monday. Okay, thank God. I'm so confused. I won't know what this one is until it's downloaded, so. I'm a little baby, and I like to ask in case they don't like me, and they're like, no, I don't want to. So I'm giving them the chance to not associate with my content. That's what I'm doing. Nowhere to start with music played in the dark. Oh, you know what? There's a TikTok that I want to add to Happy Talk, because I want to talk about, I've been following this baby and his father. That's a terrible idea. What do you mean? Giving the chance not to associate with my content. I feel like that's pretty nice of me. Also, when did you add the chromatic aberration to the screen? Last week. Do you think it looks bad? I like it. I think it makes it kind of look cool. Yoka, how you doing? Hi, Oso. I'm good. How are you doing? Alright, there are some of my favorites that I have to reorganize really quick on my phone. Manage. Happy Talk. Where is the one about? I cometh. Hello, Sergeant Tinman. How are you doing today? Succulent Chinese. No! Why are you putting me with the tentacle? Why are you putting me with the tentacle? What have I done? I've done nothing. Succulent Chinese meal. I have had this audio stuck in my head for a few days. This is Democracy Manifest. For science? Okay. Yeah, that's awful. You were just intentionally looking for them to tell you they don't like you. I think it's more of valid, but also it shows who the real ones are. Because if you are not an asshole, you're probably just gonna take what I give you at face value. But if you're a butt face and you're like, actually, I would really prefer if you didn't do this, that probably means you really don't like me, and that way I could stop following you. Smile. Did my thing get posted? I don't understand. Where did my meme go? I uploaded it. Where's my meme? I posted it. Where did my meme go? I posted. Where did it go? Okay, we'll go. I'll go memes. We'll go. Oh my god, it's loud. Okay. I like this. This is funny. I like that. Okay. Anywho, I didn't hear what you said, but I joined in. If you disagree with me, you're an asshole. It's more like if you deny me making free content and essentially free marketing for you, you're probably a buttface. That's all. Magnolia. What am I doing? I forgot what I was doing. Oh, right. I was fixing. Oh, right. Okay. I was fixing some of my favorites because I want to put them in Happy Talk because I wasn't thinking about it when I was doing them. Rose, Magnolia. Come break my walls, Magnolia. Ooh, there's a song I wanted to listen to. Bloodline? It's gotta be. It's gotta be perfect. This one goes on Happy Talk. Where's this one? This one's pretty good. Little girl with the trick shot. Where is it? Oh yeah, a little rat. I have to. No, it's favorited in here. I just have to find it. Also, I love this way Slav soft play. Yeah. I don't remember when they changed to soft play, but I remember listening to them when they were called Slavs. I like them a lot. Magnolia is one of my favorite songs by them. Where is it? Day 20, there it is. Day 25 is one. Oh, he just stops doing them. That's actually really nice. 27 minutes. Where's day 24? Day 25. Was it day 25 or day 26? It might have been day 26. Day 26? No, it was day 25. Wasn't it? I could have sworn it was day 25. Can't tell if it's an accent or self-censoring. Did you say... Can you say... I was calling it Slavs. But it could also be slaves. I don't really know. I call them Slavs. What the fuck? Did I scroll past the video? Am I okay? These bunny slippers. I'm sure it was day 25. Can't read, that's what it is. I call them Slavs. Because I don't know. I just thought that's what they were called. Okay, there we go. We're good now. One, two, three, four. And then we have to do another club clippings, right? Number 4. This is Viscera all over again. I don't know why I call them Slavs. It's literally the word slaves. Listen, Slav versus that's valid. I don't know. It's probably just it's probably just another one of those things where I heard it somewhere. No, it was Slave. That's why they changed it. It was a great song. They have a great song called Punk's Dead that goes over. Oh, okay. That makes sense. And I never, I don't know. Someone probably said it to me once, and I was like, yeah, that sounds right to me. Make me fall in love. Listen, I don't question things. I just exist in this liminal space of being and accept it as truth. And then people correct me, and then I'm like, okay. Like, no, I have photographic evidence that this is what it is. And I'm just like, sounds good to me. I'm not one to argue. I'm very passive. Country girl, shake it for me, girl. That was the wrong one. This is gonna be hand painting. Painted textures. Shake it for me. Oh, I have to fix my hair. There's a child running below me. Oh, thank you for the wet. Oh. Alrighty. I'm gonna skip this one just so I can listen to the next one because I don't really want to listen to that one. I have heard it too much. Did I do the thing right? Cool, it is. There you go. I think that's how it's supposed to be. It's just like a little bit back though. There you go. I like the guitar in it. Alright, I was going to do the Chinese succulent meal. Okay, it downloaded. I was too good to get in often yet. I'm not really sure why it's not working.
And Hololive much I've seen, dang.
Oh, this was Wednesday. Please say babies. I like the way they say that. This reminds me of Bobby Hollow. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot. VLC, the VLC media player goes through. Hold on. It should go through the browser. It should be like browser audio. There we go. My bad. Sorry. But this song reminds me of Tenacious D. Metal is Dead, but not really. Cause it's like how it's like similar, but not the same. It's kind of like, so with this song, it's more about how like, what? So I'm confused about how this works. I posted, didn't I? This one's more about the community around punk no longer supporting punk for what it was. The Metal by Tenacious D is more how other genres are trying to take the spot of fame that is like metal music and stuff like that. So it's more around like the music genre in general, whereas this is around the community itself. I think they got Robbie Williams on the track for no reason. They're cool guys, so I'm not surprised. Did it not like my meme? Can I post a different meme? I'm posting Wacky. I'm gonna post your meme on iFunny. Where is it? Stream memories, memes. This one. I'm putting this one. My community made this meme about my cat. Cute. I don't know how many hashtags of Kate. Cute. Tuxedo cat. I need to know how. It's just nowhere. It's nowhere to be. Okay, whatever. Well, maybe it just takes a while to upload. I don't actually know how that works. So, I guess we'll figure it out later. Whoop. I just smacked my monitor with my phone. Okay, this is all good. I'm getting confused. Okay, so I need to move things. So we're on number 4. Yeah, nonsense milk. Yep. Well, I'm out. Stay safe, everyone. Good luck, Wacky, with your passport. Have a lovely rest of your night. I'll try to destroy the metal. Was much too strong. What the fuck was that? Something just settled on my desk and it scared the shit out of me. Okay. I think I need to redo my face tracking really quick. Okay. Oh, this one's done. I've seen that like bands that were punk now support mainstream corporate politics. Yeah, I much prefer bands that just stay with their content as they want their content. But I understand trying to stay trendy, but it ruins a lot in my opinion trying to stay trendy. It's just not my favorite thing. Right. No, I've listened to the song too much. Get out. Get out. Get out. I've listened to the song too much. This version of the song, I've listened too much. Okay. We're gonna do, I think, kitty, rat. Wait, do I have any others? Hamster. I did those ones. We could do a cat week, but I like that these are all orange cats. I've been kind of obsessed with orange cats lately, I think. Where you speak, the night breeze Okay, we're gonna do Vibe and Shine first because those are the fastest ones for me to do. Did I post this one on this? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. Wild women don't get the blues, but I find... Yeah, if I get another cat, I'm probably gonna get an orange cat, I think. Is what I would like. So please hurry, leave me, I can't breathe. Please don't say you love me. I think we're gonna do this cat one. Do they have another one where it's just kind of like that art on its... Yeah, I like this artist a lot, so we're gonna do this video. Okay. Disney's The Lizard King. I want a void kitty. That's valid. Kieran has a void kitty, and it's very cute. I feel like my cat has enough black cat energy, void kitty energy, because, she's mostly black, so you can just sometimes you can see the tips of her peats that are white, or her snoot that is white that peeks out of the void, but she's very good at just blending in with the void, which I very much think is very funny. I got 2 black already and white nerds. Hell yeah. Young when I think she... she thinks she's the boy, but we can see her snoot. Yes. I find No. Okay. I'm like fucking myself over. Okay. And I don't wanna go. Or goaded for when you were in your last moments bleeding out. Yup. Mitski is one of my favorites. Mitski and Lave are like my mothers. Me, I can't breathe. I want to do a cover of Mitski, and I tried once, and every time I got it mixed, I think it was me. To be fair, I think it was me. But it just never sounded the way I wanted it to. One word from you and I would jump off of this ledge I'm on, baby. So I can go back in. I just fantasize the track. I mean, her songs are very very much with the mood of despair, in my opinion. So it's not. I am not. I very much agree. Mitski hits just right up. You have to boot the snoot. If the boop says snoot, it's the rules. Yep. And sometimes my cat will be like, what do you mean you boot my snoot? What the fuck? What the fuck? And be like, yeah, we can see you. And she's like, huh? And I think it's very funny. I love this. I want one of these paintings so bad. I can't breathe. One song that I really like. One song. Okay, there's two songs, and we're gonna play them because I really like them. I love so many of her. Okay, we're gonna listen to Mitski for a little bit. Add to queue. I did that one. We just lit. Francis Forever is the song that I tried to do a cover of, but when I got it mixed, it just never felt right, so I never posted it. But I bet on Losing Dogs reminds me of Alfie, the character I play on every other Thursdays for Dragonlance, because she's essentially in a war that she'll probably lose. Kind of helps that my favorite trope is the last heroic stand against an unstoppable force. It's a vibe. I love that vibe, honestly. It's kind of what I base a lot of my characters around as well in D&D. Like a goblin bard fighting like one of the acolytes of the strongest mage in the Undermountain. It's great. Boop a kitty snoot, and if nothing, normal kitty if boop snoot and explode was government drone? Oh god. Not government drone. Losing dogs. I know there's nothing and I pay for my place. Are they looking? Francis Forever is my favorite song. Yes! It's my favorite song too. There on there. Sorry, I didn't mean to get so loud. But it's one of my favorites. I want to do a cover of that song so bad, but I can't. Can't yet, I should say. Can't yet. I will someday. Okay, these guys gotta go on the outside, actually. Too bad it's so short. It's okay. It's kind of a vibe, though, that it's so short, in my opinion, because, like, it's almost like a fleeting moment, in a way, you know? Makes me happy other people love this song. Yeah, it's such a good song. If you lose upon losing dark, and I pay for my place by the ring. I'll be looking in their eyes when I'm down. I wanna feel it. Finally find how you feel looking in their eyes from down. Someone to watch me die. Someone to watch me die. This this song, it also reminds me, like, it would be such a good theme. I bet on Losing Dogs would be such a good, like, theme for a character that runs an orphanage. Like, if you had a D&D character and their background was that they used to run an orphanage, oh my fucking god. Oh my god, imagine. Okay, my next D&D character, easy. Alright, my next D&D character is going to be, I don't know what their class would be, but their backstory is gonna be that they had an orphanage. And they're gonna be a bit older. I usually play younger characters because I'm not that old. I'm pretty young. And I don't like acting in categories that I don't know. But they would be an older person that, like, had an orphanage that got burnt down. And what they don't know is that some of the kids survived. And I would love it if that character played out for so long that when we got to their death and they're, like, dying and they're like, I lived a good life. Like, one, or even, like, even if it was just one of their fucking, the kids that they orphaned found them and, like, held them as they were, oh my god, I'm giving myself chills. And that's why they were like, oh my god, yes, dude, yes, yes, yes. Hold on, I need a different section for this. I want this somewhere. You sound like the villain in every adventurer's backstory. But they wouldn't be a villain, because in D&D you can't play villains. I mean, you can, but... D&D character ideas. Yeah, and you can make one of the kids. Yeah. Technically, all my kids are orphans. All of my D&D characters, except for one, has been an orphan. Well, two. So, my original D&D character was a dragonborn. Her name was Elaine, just like my name is. Her name and my name are the same, Elaine Hanul. We had the same name because I loved her so much. And her whole thing was, she had parents. She loved her parents, and then she left home to adventure. And then the only other character that I've ever had that does have a parent is Shul Facosta, who is my current Friday Games half-orc artificer, and her dad is still alive. But she's got daddy issues because her dad's a bit of a dick, because she wanted to learn how to read and be smart like her mother was, that she vaguely remembers. But her dad was like, no, you are a red orc. You are supposed to fight, be my champion. Essentially, like, he wanted a son, but only fostered a daughter, and so on and so on. And the amount of SOCs I got stuck in my head. Hell yeah, dude. Hold on, we gotta listen to the song again so I don't remember. Don't forget this. They should be a human too, or short-lived race. Orphanage owner, race, short-lived race. And then this will be like dots. Theme song is going to be, I bet on Losing Dogs. Their characteristics. How much do halflings live? How long do halflings... Oh, could we do like a D&D race lifespan chart? Yeah, I was gonna say, it's normal-ish to humans, I think. So the youngest elderly are... I think it's Dragonborns look to be on this Reddit chart. But let me look at another one. Let's look at this one. So, elderly, 65 to 90. So we're gonna go, actually, let's go to the max. 90. Half-orcs are 75. Aarakocras are 30. So it looks like Aarakocras are the... Dragonborns are a bit shorter. Dwarves, elves, and gnomes are major outsiders. Yeah. So I would I'm making him a goblin. No, I'm gonna make him a goblin. Because imagine an elderly goblin woman. Okay, no, I'm making it a goblin. All my characters are goblins. It's too late. I'm already choosing. Characteristics, orphanage, owner. Yeah, like she has a disease. Characteristics, orphanage, owner. Disease. Oh, like a terminal illness. Terminal ill or a curse. Oh, let's have it be a curse. I thought we were going for something new for a second. Shut the fuck up. We gotta get a name. Goblin OC name. Creator. I never make names. I'm not good at making names. I want something soft, though. Prex? I don't really want the X. I can't say that I play a human fighter every time. Human fighters are just fun. I love being a hothead as a fighter. Actually, I want her to be Adelaide. Adelaide. Her name will be Adelaide. His race is a goblin. Theme, I bet on losing dogs. Or just Meatski in general. Or Meatski in general. And the lane plays a curse god every time, so same, I guess. Exactly. An orphanage, curse by the wizard, the mage that burnt her orphanage down. The only difference is probably like the age. She'd be an older goblin. Let's see. Goliath. Goblins. Settled adult. She'd be like 55. Looks. Let's have like graying, brown hair with amber eyes. Alright. I just love being the average farm boy that one day picked up a sword and ended up fighting God. Hell yeah. I mean, that's such a good story. I love those, like, coming of age stories. They're, like, one of my favorites. I have to remember to post this or else I'm gonna forget. Hold on. Alright, now we're good. Okay. Show me what my heart is worth. So when I die, what the... Huh? Post? It's processing, that's why. Okay. But I love that. Adelaide, oh my god, yes. And she could be like a short-term character too. Like if Havoc needed like an NPC for a day, I feel like this would be like a really good character to have in like a one-shot. To be centered. These are not centered on each other though. No, fuck. But I'm so lonely. Feel wide open the window to hear sounds of people. To hear sounds of people. Venus, planet Earth. What about a reason for her being the head of the... Maybe said like she was originally belonged to a war band, but ended up wounded and taken care of by the head of an orphanage. Oh yeah, okay, so let's do backstory. Was originally a warrior, like a fighter, like a soldier in an army before getting hurt. No. Oh shit! Okay, what if, okay. Was a soldier in an army before, betraying, a mage, right? To rescue a child. Like, she saved a child, she was supposed to kill the child, but she ended up betraying the mage and raising the child, and therefore she made an orphanage, rescued the child, betraying a mage, leader of the army to rescue a child. Then the characteristics is an orphanage owner, rescue a child. This leads to the orphanage so she could raise the child by the mage leader of army. I like this. This is good. Could save me. I'm so this is so fun. I am not usually one for being actually really good to like I'm not very good at coming up with D&D characters a lot of the time. But sometimes I'll think of one and I'll be like, oh, 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 monkey noises. Monkey. Me monkey. I need like a creative board section, honestly. Nobody, nobody, no. I want to change this to Helvetis. Nobody. And this one will be the D&D character ideas. And this one does need to be to the left. Nobody. I feel like sometimes I'm listening to a song that really stimulates my imagination I come up with. Yeah, this has happened one other time. Oh my god, Francis Ferber. Okay, I'll talk about it after this song. But the only other song I've done this with is one of Hosier's song. Nobody Soldier. And so we can listen to that one after this. Down, but I'm writing this at 3 a.m. I don't need. Hi, Kiwi. Welcome on in. I've been the best I can be, but think I could stand to be where you don't see me. I thought I had Nunwito is the one I had that does that. We were just writing a D&D character idea because I thought of one. There we go. And then we'll have another one for vocal steps. I go out walking. I end up like a tree-lined street. I look up at the gaps of sunlight. I miss you more than anything. I don't need the world to see that I've been the best I can be, but I don't think I could stand to be where you don't see me. And autumn comes when you're not yet done. Summer passing by. My favorite most needed. Cool. Vocal stem, thank you. Hold on 1 second. Sammy always has me run the first ones. Let me do them both. Rada. Be crazy. And this song. I would love to make a character. I think this one goes with Alfie, though. I think I should put all my D&D characters on here. Honestly, also, I could also see your fighter characters, the farmhand becoming like a soldier and just fighting God. This song would be very good for them too. It's this song. There you go. Little holder. It talks about like a soldier who doesn't want to have to choose between being being a salesman, which is like being the upright soldier, the soldier that just follows the law, the shiny almost like paladin character, right? But he doesn't want to have to choose between like looking good in front of the people and doing what a soldier has to do, which is not shiny shit. It's not always good shit. Sometimes it's grim, dark shit. And it's like, I love this song because it's kind of like that duality of being a soldier. It's like you are put in the limelight, right? And like a lot of like army and soldier people I know are kind of like the people thank me for being an army, but don't fucking thank me because the shit I do is not like, it's not something to smile upon. An outdated security droid that was refitted in a program to act in a play about a hero and a knight principal for different reasons. He wakes up not knowing where he is, where the only mission of saving the princess of the kingdom from evil, all of which are not real. Also, a goated theme song. Hell yeah. Talking to the characters, but yeah, dude, that's a really good. I like it. I like it a lot. Who's between hairs of men or a soldier? Look a little holder. I think another character that I never got to like finish was Sophia, which I'm gonna do hers really quick as well. This is like the base, so I'm just gonna take this and then we're gonna copy it. And then Sophia was a redheaded furball fighter that I always wish that I could see the full life of her, but that campaign never finished. Who is this maiden? She's a beautiful maiden. It was actually based off of art that I didn't get commissioned, but is by the same artist. Hold on. Red hair. I believe. Okay, hold on. I have to do it this way. Schultz folder. I forgot what their name is. Fuck, what was their name? I only remember because of the pose she was in. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let's do it this way. The Artsmith. I think the Artsmith is the one that made it. She's one of my favorite artists. I though want to get art from them that is. Do they not have their stuff on ArtStation? Robusta art. I love her. Yeah, they're so great. I love them so much. Yes, okay. I found them. Okay. I love that. Oh, it's this one. I based it off of this picture. Oh my god, they animated it. That's crazy. That's crazy. I remember having it when it was just. Oh my god, they did art for Tiefling Melissa. That's awesome. I want to commission them again, but I don't have money. But I want to get one for Shul and I want to get one for Sophia. Because Sophia is definitely someone that I want to have come to full fruition. Because she's the one that did this art, which is of Shul, my lovely, lovely half-orc girl. Hi Zoe! But yeah, hold on. Let me find the... I might have gone too far back. Yeah. This is essentially what Sophia looks like. She would be from like a coastal city, and her mother was a dancer. So like a, you know, she is a sex worker. Her mother was a sex worker, that loved her but couldn't really take care of her. And so this is what she was supposed to look like, but race. Class. I don't have a class for this yet. so I'll leave that blank. And then Sophia is a furball fighter. Race. Class. Oh, let me put that for all of them. Theme song. She doesn't have a theme song. She's supposed to be like 25. Fiery, red hair. But yeah. Mother, comes from coastal city, raised, by mother who works in a brothel, learned to fight from mother's lover. He was like a soldier that fell in love with her mother. I think she's also the only other one that like has a parent figure that cares for her and is still alive. So yeah. Okay. Enough of that. Got a little sidetracked there, but that's okay. Did these ever? It just bothers me. I don't know. All right. Oh, this one's. Oh, okay. They did get posted. Cool. All right. I'm just gonna bookmark this for now. Bookmarks done. Close. Live parents in this account. Yeah, I know, right? Actually, Alfie, my Kender fighter, has a mother who might be alive. Strong, maybe. That one's kind of like maybe. Like I'm currently looking for my mom. But I have brothers. I have brothers in that one. I don't have many characters that have siblings. Shul could have siblings. Not saying that that's impossible for her to have, like maybe her dad after she ran away was like, gotta have to get more kids. Alright, and then I need this one. Oh yeah, and he's scared his son. Alright, we'll do the beginning. Okay, dokie. I'm gonna crop the bottom half of this. This was May 26th. To believe June 1st. It is, but it has to be June, Jun. Because I did not leave enough space for all of that, so. Oh, let me change that here. Oops. Oops. Alright, I think my brain's finally settling in. I think my Adderall's starting to kick in so I can actually fucking focus on things that I've been wanting to do, which is do this. I also have a commission to work on. I have to do a sketch of a commission, and then I need to this one's done. The Scream Schedule commission is now done. Some loot units I did Kieran and Zodi's, and I need to do a sketch for a chibi commission I have and stuff. Right now I'm looking for villain songs for my Baldur's Gate campaign. Decided to go for something different and played a Dirge Dragonborn bard. Oh my god! I love bards. Bards are my favorite class. I got you. I have a playlist. Other playlists. I could recommend. Where are they? Oops. Villain POV ones. Me and the Devil's pretty good. You're doing... Yeah, Me and the Devil's pretty good. Hold Them Down it would be good. What else do I got? I guess it depends if you're leaning into the dirge. Like, are you leaning into it like they're a little bit of a psychopath, or are you trying to fight against it? Because I did a Tiefling Bard dirge playthrough, and I was fighting it. The entire time I was trying to fight against being a Dark Urge. So, it kind of depends. Nah, more like he's a good person at heart, but the urge is big. Ooh. Oh, I feel like I had one in my brain. Hold on. Let me just play a few because this way, like... I think Me and the Devil could be a good one, to be honest, because it's like you are your own person, but the devil is your father. The person that like helps you, commands you to do the bad, and it's like, cause like, you know, sin, fighting against the devil, but you're also dancing a very delicate like dance with them. So it could be that. You could do that if you wanted. I closed my Excel sheet. Knocked upon my door. Okay. Okay, we're good now. I have to add another vocal stem though to the thing. On my door. Oops. Succulent Chinese meal. Time to go. Succulent Chinese meal. This is democracy. Manifest. The Adderall one. Adderall guy. Anytime I have a villain play it, it's always hot misunderstood. Yeah, I love the hot misunderstood villain. Thinking his backstory is something like he used to be big at plays, always playing the evil villain. Hearing, bearing the aspect of a black dragon spitting acid and shit, but always with a good heart until one day a play turned into a disaster with everyone involved turning into red paste. Damn, yeah, like an accident, a big accident. Yeah, I think Me and the Devil could be a good one. I don't know what the next song is. It's called Feed the Machine, but that one could be good too. Okay. Little education sprinkled with artistic talent. Artistic genius. A little bit of baby power. Prowess. This lifts your spirits. So we arrive into June. Inside, and then what the fuck? Try Now Angels by Stellar. Yeah, Kiwi would be a great person to ask these questions to, because Kiwi is a writer. Kiwi literally is a writer. So. Me and the devil. Oh, it's the song. Okay, let me go back. We go back to the DJ. This is 9-inch nails. The biggest step in writing is procrastinating by making playlists. Hell yeah! I love that. It's a good one. It's a good tip. Okay. I'm gonna fix all these eventually, but I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I do want to change the color of this really quick though. I realize a lot of these have like different fonts, and I don't know how I feel about it. I just take a second to fix that. That is. Let's make it 14, 12. There you go. Gotta get in the mood. I think my God Complex has a lot of overlap here. Oh yeah, same. Same. A lot of my God Complex and my evil villain ones have a lot of the same, because I feel like if I were ever to write like a villain character, they would be very similar in that like kind of idea. Okay, we did these. Okay, I gotta change that because I'm shifting it up slightly. These should all be the same size. This is 16. This is 12 though. Okay, then make this 16 and then stretch it. Yeah. Right? Hold on. Try and work. Copy this guy. Put them in here. They don't need to be as wide though. What the fuck? I think I might just take a second to organize this whole mess. It's making me a bit upset. Time to get cozy in my big blanket hoodie and stare at my screen until I get smacked by a word fairy. I believe in you, buddy. Oh my god. I can't. My brain is like literally dying. God. My hands and my eyes are not coordinating. There we go. Alright. Okay. And then let me like put this somewhere else so I can have it as a reference. Weekly Wednesday collabs. You can almost taste it. It's your inhibitions. But I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger, and then we're no longer gonna have this be a check mark. Instead, it will be a bulletin. Because that makes me feel better. Yeah. Do they use begins? Alright, I would like this to be 12 though, I think. I break tradition. Condition. Art is like a purple color. Let's make like a purple color. It's not purple. What color is the word events in my brain? They're like green. I like green. And then I would make that purple too. No one else can think the words on your lips. There we go. And then I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. I'm really close to getting a bingo on this though. We almost have a bingo: learning to cook, studying, and starting a junk journal. I don't know if I'll ever start that junk journal though. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I think I kind of fucked myself on that one because it's like I want to start one, but like I collect trinkets. I don't collect like yeah, I'll get the occasional sticker every now and again, but it's like I don't know. I just don't get enough like trash items, I guess. Distance so close you can almost taste it. Is your hand up and shine? Do I want to make this maincoow font? I think I do. Main font. Yeah. Okie dokie. And then let's see. There's a hierarchy? What? Oh. Can I lock it? I don't think I can. I didn't know I could do that. What? What the hecky? What the helly? What the hellia? The fuck? I didn't know I could do that. Put this on top then. Yeah, because then it would default to clicking on this one. Yes! Intuition. Oh. Okay, that's not gonna work. So let's just boop. And just. Whoa. I didn't know I could do it like this. Holy cow. It makes my life so much fucking easier. Holy crap. Okie dokie. Yeah, this stuff. This can go here. And then this goes on. No, one. Nope, nope. On TikTok. Would be on top. This is. Oh, what the fuck? Do board. Oh, cool. Okay. Let's get it started. It started. Oh shit. Oops. I just wanted this to be a different color. Yeah. Running and running. Ooh. Ooh. These I have to redo these. To Milk Club revisited pure 3D art ideas. Content ideas. This is separate. So this is. Oh my god. my god. Alrighty, and then I can remove that from here. And then, can I bold these at all? I can, but they look bad. Okay. Milk Club. Background. So I'd like to make these a little bit bigger. 12. 12. Let's see. At the bottom of this bottle that never ends. Finish fermentation cave. Build new question mark. Starting area. Finish cottage. Cool. I gotta go pee. That's what I gotta do. I gotta go pee. I got your picture. They're coming with you. Yeah, same color. Yeah, cool. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I returned. I took a little bit longer because I decided to dance my way back to my office. Because this is a good song. I like this song. This is a good song. And I've been taking my new doses of anxiety meds, and I'm kind of vibing. I think it was a good change. I'm like, even to the point where like I'm like trying to think about anxiety filled things, and my brain's going, meh. And so maybe not bad. Maybe not too bad, chat. Maybe not too bad. Okay. I do want this to be a little bit bigger, so I'm 20. Just can't get you out of my head. Boop. I need this to be on top really quick. You don't wanna get buddy with you. Oh shit, really? Okay. Maybe like 24. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, I don't listen to song mixes too much, but there are some that hit different. Yeah. Yeah, I like them a lot. Yeah, I like that size because it like forces me not to be so zoomed out, and I think I like that a lot. Daily to do. So they were let down and it goes great. Ooh, hold on, I want to listen to that. Let down, Radiohead let down. Radiohead let down. I've added it. I'm intrigued. Okay, so general, and then goes the Milk Club. Yeah. And then I would put these on the same level. And then these go in the daily to do. Cool. Let's scoot it a little bit. And upload a VOD. I need to close my door. I gotta give myself my blanket. Roll up my slabs. And then we're gonna organize this, and then I'll get back into doing stuff. I think for today. This will be the blue one. Organization, my nemesis. It does. The thing about organization is it takes a while, especially for me. Because I have a very specific way I want things done, and if they're not done that way, my brain goes. Okay, this is. Please. And PureRef is a very free-form system, so it takes me even longer. Okay, So I like 12, 20 for titles. Yeah, I keep losing assets, so I'm gonna have to start organizing. Yeah. I probably should do my video editing technically better because my video editing, I just kind of I download assets per video. So I have like a dump folder where I put all the videos in there and assets and stuff, but that does lead to, unfortunately, a lot of repetitious things being downloaded in my computer, and so it's like not the greatest way to do it in my opinion, but at least it gets me to something, I guess. I do the same. Okay, at least someone else does the same. Because like I tried to do it to where it's like, oh, I have my resources, and then in DaVinci I'll have them like preloaded into folders, but I'll keep forgetting, and it makes me frustrated. In my case, I forget to put them on the folder, and they sat on my download folder until I delete them. That's valid. I did used to do that. I did do that a lot. Good lord. Sorry, my words decided not to word. Okay, and then I want... Oops. I'm gonna make this like a yellow. I like it being yellow. Why are these not the same? What? How are these different? Editing tips. I'll just do the thing again. That's so weird. Okay. Maybe ungrouping them would fix it. There you go. Okay, now it's like fixed, I think, in terms of like height and stuff. Okay, and then I would make this white. I think I'd make the text of this like a darker gray, I think. Black or pure white? I don't know. I don't like how muddled these colors get. I'm gonna up the saturation further. I could. So badly. It's so bright though. When you had me, well, I guess I fumbled the bag. I do like that spot of color though. It's a wrap. We do like this spot of color. I think I'd like that. And then would I want these to be white again? Yeah. Man, a game I want to play, it's Armored Core. Oh! Yeah, you like that game? I don't know a lot about that game, to be fair. Well, I guess you fumbled the bag. Oh, fuck, this is not the same. Oops. It's like that. A little to green. There we go. Coming back. No, I'm not coming back. What's this one? I felt so badass on that mech. That's valid. That's valid. The mechs do look very cool. I think the mechs look very cool in that game. Yeah, it was fun. It controlled really well, and some fights made me feel like an anime protagonist fighting his. Hell yeah, that's really cool. I'm glad that you liked it a lot. I have like a friend I think that likes that game. At least I have one friend that was like really excited about that game to come out, but I don't know how much they ever played of it though. Art. Enshrined. I kind of am just fine with that color. Events. Let's take this purple, make it a green. Yeah, I quite like this, I think. And then this one would become okay, there we go. And then this color, but the same blue. Yeah. We may have the same friend, lol. I mean, I won't say it's impossible. I have learned that things like that are more possible than you think. Like a butterfly moment the other day when I realized the connection me and another friend, well, not really friend, but acquaintance had. Oops, there you go. Why don't I like that so much? I think you should go to this. Why are these all so big? Oh my god. Me sitting here all day just trying to figure this out, but that's fine, it's a Monday. I'm not doing much today other than this stuff, really. Hi, Noble. Thank you for the song request. Yes, that's fine. That is not the song. What the fuck? I think I might make all these of this. Hi V. Hi. How was Roblox? And I'm doing well. How are you doing? How was your stream? Are you still streaming? You still streaming? Noble? How was your stream, V? I hope you had a good one. Thank you so much for the raid. I mean, you guys already know me, so I'm not gonna do an intro, but welcome on in. I'm just organizing my stuff because I wanna. I shut it down. I am tired. Understandable. That's understandable, buddy. I want to try something. this. Do I like this idea? I kind of do. I gotta go eat dinner. Have good food. Thank you. Have a good rest. Thank you, V. Have a great dinner. We love you so much. Sorry, I got a little distracted with this, but I do hope you have a wonderful dinner. I see. I'm debating here if I should edit these two clips or make them different videos of their own. I guess that could depend on how long they are. They're not too long, then you just leave them. What the fuck? Nope. Oh, I have to put everything in here. As a poor man sailing, like a blind man, we all have a sense of feeling. How you remind me. You remind me of. Send to back. There we go. If you make sure I split it, it makes sense. Yeah, one would be like 26, the other 17. Yeah, I would make that short content. I don't actually use this. We'll take it. We're making you a heart worth breaking, and I've been wrong. Been down to the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my head. Now you have fun yet. Yeah, yeah. Oh no. Yeah, yeah, no, no. Yeah, yeah, no, no. Yeah, no, no. Oh my god. Image. Okay, I don't think I want to do this anymore. Later as a wise man, couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. How you remind me. This is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me. Oh yeah, I love Nickelback too. It's not like you say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for having you a heart worth breaking, and I've been wrong. I've been down to the bottom of every bottle. The words in my head while we haven't fun. Haven't fun yet. Haven't fun yet. What did I do? Just undo it, I guess. Yeah. And then images, align, straight vertical. I think, what is that? It's like right there. Yeah, I think like that. And then like that. Actually, what if I made this? Oh, I just realized why I can't. And then made this like this, but wait. Yeah, like that. I think I like that more. Yeah, there you go. There you go. And then make this one this color. Yeah. Let's go half. This one. Come on, underneath you. Do back. Hi Vext, how are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful Monday. That's the problem. I'm good. How are you doing? I'm good. Happy Memorial Monday. I kept forgetting, like, probably people don't have work today because it's Memorial Monday. And quite a few people probably got the day off. Only remembering that in this current moment as we are talking. Oops. Oh my god, what have I done? Okay, this one. This one. There we go. Is how I get quiet when there's no one else around. Me and you on awkward silence, don't you dare. Today is one of my normal days. Oh, what Pog? That means I get to hang out with you every Monday? Oh, I'm so happy. Everybody should get Monday off so they can hang out with me. I'm kidding, but not, but also kind of kidding. Oh, I wish you'd wake up one day. Unto me, confess your love, at least just let me say that when I talk to you, oh Cupid walks, shoots an arrow in my heart. I sound like a lion, but don't you confess I love you from the start. Where's who that is? And what size is this? 16? That's 12? Okay, that's fine. There you go. Yep, unless my boss changes my schedule. That's valid. That is valid. The boss and mans do be in charge of things like that. Oops. Oops. Okay, I thought I just lost everything I was just working on. That scared the fuck out of me. Okay. The day that when I talk to you and Lupin walks right through, shoots an arrow through my heart. I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it? That's I loved you from the start. This is 12. What? This is this guy. This one goes out as far as this guy. I want this to be like this, so that way I can have other ideas. And then it always has to end. Have you to know again? BLT. I might remove BLTs for now because BLT is going through a rebrand technically. Jingle, redeem, and then record time lapse. And then VTubers, wake up alone, and you can run, you're leaving the world. This is fan art that I'd like to do someday. Froggy Loch. And then this is ClickWest, South American. I do still need to do those. I'm gonna remove these. Collab. And then just do another one. Just this section. This is the other content to do. And then idea, and then oh yeah, this can be removed from here actually. There you go. And then remove this. this one. This will be stream stoof. Stream stoof. And then all these need to turn to Helvetis. Actually. Alright, intro. This needs to be underlined. Overlay ideas. I love that I have the milk dudes as a thing, but like I made it. Like this was like I made that note a long time ago. And now it's the thing, and you guys are my milk buds, and I love you guys so much. Okay, and then I'm just gonna move this over here. I'm just gonna take these two, and then I'm gonna make this 14. We'll get main font. Main font. Wonder why. Oh. And then this one I wish to be centered. This is like an end thing. And then that. And then this. Oh my god, J. Crew, how's it going? How was your stream? Guys, if you haven't checked J. Crew out, please do. They are an amazing 3D artist that I watch in my free time and honestly inspires me to push my 3D stuff further. So please follow them if you haven't. Hello, Sunny. Thank you so much for the raid. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. Right now, I'm organizing my very big to-do board so that way I can be a bit more organized throughout my day. But I hope you had a wonderful stream. Hey, streamer's good. Did a decent amount of texturing in 3D code. I've never tried 3D code. That's very cool. How goes it? It goes good. I haven't done a lot of scripting today, which I need to do for video editing, but we are getting a good headway into like just kind of reorganizing myself because I feel like I've just been a bit disorganized as of late, so I just kind of want to get myself back into that organized flow. So currently we're doing like kind of my stream ideas and getting those stream ideas rewritten and refreshed, and then we're probably going to do the video editing tips since I haven't done that in a little bit as well. Love the organization. Thank you so much. If you need, however, to raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important thing to us here at the Milk Club. Please take care of yourself. Otherwise, feel free to hang out. Have a good time. Just hang out. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah. Let's see. Behaviors. We need a rant pestle. See if I can incorporate. Okay, none of these ideas I currently have into fruition. Milk buds / BLT. Just gotta run, like actually trying to be healthier, but I shall be lurking. Thank you so much for the lurk and enjoy your run. Finish 3.0, which is very fun because we're also 3.0, which is kind of coincidental when you think about it. Sometimes I try. Outside the lines. Okay, do I want to do this? I do need to fix my website still. VTuber Stanley Cups, I don't think I care about anymore. I do still want to write a D&D module based around the 7 plagues. This is still a true thing. But I'll just leave that. Oh yeah, sticker ideas is something that I have. There's some sticker ideas that I have, but I just haven't gotten around to doing them yet. Sticker ideas. This is website. I think I need to finish. No, I think it's good. I don't know. I'll have to check it. Redo Discord introduction thingy. Make a wish redeem. I do that already. Oh, intro. Okay, this is I think I'll do this call to action. Call to actions. So this is the intro one, that's the outro one, and then we can have an advanced GG one. Feel the rain on your skin. Advanced GG. And for those of you who do not know, Elaine is affiliated with Advanced GG. So if you ever wanted to try it out, a company that is very transparent about what they put in their stuff, definitely check out Advanced GG, and you can get 10% off when you use the code milkgg at checkout. These are different. These are 10, 12. Ooh. 12, 10. Interesting. I did these inverted? They're all supposed to be 10. Got it. 10. Hi, Sachiko! Happy Monday! How are you? I actually don't know if it's Monday for you. It could be Monday for you. I actually doubt that it's Monday for you still. But you know, I wish you a happy day nonetheless. Smile. Writing ideas, I guess. Literary idea? Literature idea? I'll call them literature ideas. Literature ideas. Oh, we can make this a checkmark thing. Yeah, there we go. Very organized. Chat's very organized. That's what I like to see. I don't like that this is a different thing though. Module inspired around the 7 plagues. Let's do this as main font. There we go. Okie dokie. And then we will just take all this. Oops. I think that's the only thing I don't like about this, I think, is that it doesn't copy super nicely, but I can figure it out nonetheless. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Okay, I think I'd scoot this over just a little bit so they're more. Yeah, that's more even. Okay. So these are hat ideas. This is re-debut prep, which I'd like to put my stars with. Because this is special. Special, chat is special. Shit. I say as I fuck up the thing I'm trying to do. There we go. And then hat ideas. What the fuck? Woo. Okay. I boned your bronze one. Wendy my goon till I pop on my me is a good one. Whole body's nerfed. My stresses and measure my bones are ruined. I think that would make a good sticker. I'm short. There you go. Poet's perfect. I don't remember what that one is. I think that one's a good sticker as well. This bottle never ends. Oh, I put these on the wrong. Oh, there's no stickers. There you go. Yeah, we're good. Okay. And then this doesn't exist. Actually, this is like Ode Subathon items. A slightly different blue. Only, can't actually make this like a different blue. Just so I can make my brain happy. I can dream. I don't think I need this in here. I think that's silly. I got your picture. I'm coming with you, dear Maria. I'm sorry. It's between the sky. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. Oh, and then this is a thing that can go here. Dancing peanut butter. Peanuts. Clubbing is club mode activated. I don't know if wood is still a thing. Okay, cool. I don't think I need that. Yeah, that's a thing. Okay. Animate starting scene, animate ending. Make new subathon goals. And then this one I'm paying VZ to do. There we go. Every day, just to read. Okay. And then okay. Well, these need to get removed. To do. And then this one. Also cross them out because I can't tell. Oh, I can't. Okay. Think about get you out of my head. I can't think about. I'm sorry. The Jake the Dog model still being worked on. And then can't hold all these limes is a Rainer thing that I'm still working on. I think this is, oops. What? Okay, there you go. I think this is not necessary. I think this should go up here. This should go here instead. Hat ideas, call to action. And then ode subathon items. That way general ideas can be as long as it wants to be. This is kind of like off in Timbuktu though, which I don't know if I like that, to be honest. But I'll fix it eventually. I don't know if I want this color. Make it orange. I don't mind orange. That is. And then this will be the blinky text. Havetus. And then we make these blinky star. I wish there was like a thing in this program for making things what do you call it? Like most recently used fonts. That would be nice. Because I have a few of those that I quite often use in this, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Once you have it set, it's kind of like whatever. I wanted you so badly. I would have done anything you asked. Ooh. Blinky star. Didn't give up when you had me. Well, I guess you fumbled the bag. I don't like this color either. I kind of just want it to be like a dark purple. I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. Honestly, I have an idea. I want this to kind of go up here, I think. I wanted you so badly. Anything and make you happy. Oh, did you with a family? Didn't give up when you had me. Well, I guess you fumbled the bag. Oh, where you going now? Back. No, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. Actually, images align, distribute horizontal. But sadly, we had a love you don't deserve me. The bag, I want you have it now. I remember that. I'm coming back. VIC. Clips. I don't think I need these. Okay. Make this 10. Make this 10. YouTube, turn off. Blinky star. Now this is gonna go over here. YouTube titles. YouTube model positions. And then I'm gonna scoop this up a bit. Scoop this guy up a bit. Okay, and then 24, 4, Fetus. Just the whole width. And then, right, they're not overlapping. Nope. Scoot it down. Oops. Oh, 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 something fell over. Okay. Get the shit out of me, but we're okay. And these can go over here. Right? That's what I want to do? Right, because then I go here. Yeah, I think this will be... Oh, I feel about this. I'm very conflicted right now, chat. He loves you now. I'm like deciding. Should have one for club clippings as well. But I don't. He loves me now. There you go. It's just not very even. I don't know how I feel about that. I think those could stay there. make a purple. Just make it like a this color. This one. Like a red. Okay. I think I want to organize it so that they're all together, I think is my problem. Alright, and then I can go up here. I can go there. Let me make this all Helvetis. Okay. Okay. It kind of got big. I will put you over there. Actually, you know what? Undo. Oh shit! I didn't change it here either. I want all the same fonts. I don't want to keep having to change the fonts because they're not the same. Also, hierarchical. Oops. Yeah. Vocal stems. There you go. That's all good now. Actually, I lied. Beep. Waiting for. What are you waiting for? Unsended here. Unsended here. Vibrate and shine. And then underline. And then. This. And let's say subtitles. Main font. Underline. And I'll make that blinky star. Ooh, I did this backwards. Main font. And then the auto captions. Auto captions are going to be in this font. Or 540, 835, size 65. There you go. And I think I like it like that. Yeah. Yeah, but I would do this. Where's my font? Oh gosh. Okay. Presents the same. Me and you. And somebody. We shall do. There you go. Just gonna. Because I like mine more. Okay, there you go. And then. Why would I buy stuff? Maybe I'm making too many changes. I need to save. Okay, cool. Stay like this. Again. Just like this. And then like that. And then. Make this smaller. Like a 6. Because I know. This is. Where's me and you? Where's my text going? What the fuck? I'm so confused. Where is my shit going? Okay. Okay. This is 0. Should be 0. -104. Size 0.05. Cool. Should be good. Okay. Who's ever to me? You turn the rain to rain. Proxima Nova. And she's alive. That don't mean that it's worth it. What could I do? Outside in my mind. Sometimes I look in her eyes. B-roll crop. That'd be 78, copy 131. This is a part of a story, one that I can never live. Maybe one day we'll be. I got a drawing talent. I've been playing with it to use it for writing. I don't know. I don't want to type when I don't want to type. Hey, that's actually pretty smart because it's like, yeah, no, that'd be really smart. What do you use to have it translate what you like draw, I guess, to what you write? This is the YouTube. passing time in your arms, and I'll find I was looking for a program. The best one looks like OneNote. That makes sense. Sometimes I look in her eyes. My editor does all the time in college. Valid. I liked physically writing things, so it's like nice that I guess you can physically write, and it would just make notes faster, in my opinion. So that's cool. Credits. And this is B-roll cropping is -123 copy, comma 362. B-roll. Actually no, B-roll crop. Yeah, which would be 78, 824. It only cost $9 because of a discount. I had money. Nice. I got tired of always charging my pen, and my wife took my iPad to watch Love on the Spectrum. Does she like Love on the Spectrum? Is it a good show? I feel like I would, it would be one of two things for me. I'd either like it or it'd be like, oh, this is a little bit too much me. Have men. Have men. Media template. Template. There you go. I said, where I'm half a horse, out opens the door and says, half horse, half man. Half horse, half man. Stars. I started using Google Keep so I can. That's valid. I wish I got a pure ref on my phone. Honestly. That's my main note taking thing. I mean, who knows? Maybe I can. I've never actually checked. 19. I have hiccups. Check it to the max. Let's check it to the max. Okay, art tips. It's a 4 size 85, I guess. 0.05. 0 negative 57. Crop. I actually presume it would be the same. It wouldn't have this. Hierarchy. Max. There you go. And then $540, 933, 58. Oops. Negative 14. Roll for fun. We'll have the same cropping and then roll for fun game. No days, you don't wanna wake up. Fuck. Main font. 10. This is roll for fun. It's all about the she said bullshit. Okay. And I just these a little bit smaller. Days. I don't think I need this anymore. Okay. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. I'm gonna quit. It's just split. The he said, she said bullshit. Okay, I think I finally fucking did it. Jesus, that took forever. Now we're all organized. Yippee. I think I'm gonna make this wider though. Oh my god, the fonts are still wrong though. Yippee, the fonts are still wrong because I forgot to change it to these ones. There you go. You're embodied. Okay, cool. Might scoot this one on. So it's like over here. No. No. Don't do that. I do not like that. Fuck, brother. There you go. Oh, it's like not. They're not nice and neat and make me upsetty. It's okay. Yeah, I have an idea. We're moving this Patreon thing. Move it. Move the Patreon group. Take this guy. I'm moving this guy up here. Please. About me at a mommy. There we go. Honestly, though, now that we've done this, no. There you go. I see what I did. Put this back here. Alrighty. And this is a D&D thing, so I'm gonna put this in here. You heard about me yet? Look like a pea yet at a mommy. There you go. I like how small this is, I think. Nervous, been 100 miles an hour. Oops. 16? Oh, she smells just like a flower. It's not a bulbo. That sucks. Let's make this Blinky Star. Mr. Trickster, everybody wants to be the sisters, Mr. Coca-Cola roller coaster. It's supposed to. And then another idea is these guys get scooted to here. And this guy gets there. Oh, that's how I do that? Oh, fuck, I didn't know that. So bad. Like Jesus. Romance. Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Coca-Cola roller coaster, love her even though I'm not supposed to. She's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, mister. Roller coaster, love her even though I'm not supposed to. Makes me up, you up all night. Okay, so this one could scoot a little bit more. This can go here. Whoops. Make this lettuce. Make this mango font. She's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, Mr. Coca-Cola roller coaster. Love her even though she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, Mr. Coca-Cola. Keep you up, I'll keep you up all night. Yeah. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's better. I like that a lot more. Cool. I have listened to this one too much. I'm gonna be honest. I've listened to girly pop music a little bit much. Like Chappelle Roan and what's her name? Sabrina Carpenter, just a little bit too much. I think I'll lay off for a little bit. Okay, well, this isn't what exactly I was expecting, but I guess. So if I click this group and this group, it'd be like that. Oh, I see. Okay, let's not do trending hits. Oh, I do like this song. Be a good song, though. I just want to take this group. Everything gets all right. Yes, look at that. So organized, so cute, so pretty. Oh, in this world. Ha! I'm so happy. It's all organized now. Another thing that I need to change is the color of the vocal stems. So that way it can match with everything else. And this one. Woo! Woo! Chat, woo! The phone. I'll be no good at home. Cool. Uncheck that. It's not done yet. Okay. I can finally get to scripting. After 3 hours. After 3 hours. Good lord. Okay. Oh, there is something I need to steal from this though. Okay. I will do that after. Bringing your singular brain cell information that you probably didn't even know is this TikTok user that creates simple yet informative videos about what is it? Mortgage. It's like mortgage, inflation. Yeah, okay. Inflation, mortgage, money laundering, tariffs, and so much more. I think I spelled something wrong in that, but that's okay. Yeah, money. So much more. Honestly, a lot of this went over my head as I grew up, and these helped me wrap my head around the idea a lot easier. And then I'll go pee again. Okay, I'm gonna go pee and then we'll continue. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, okay, bringing you to... I just want to copy. Oh, shit. Okay. Hashtag... Mortgage. I spelled mortgage wrong, too. But that'll be okay. Hashtag... Tariffs. I feel like tariffs is a weird word as well. It is. This has one R. Okay. And credit score. Oh my god, my keyboard is dying. No. No. Fuck. I was trying to move the cable to charge my stuff, and I fucked it up by knocking over my face tracking. Alright, cool. Hi, Zenon! How are you? I'll be getting you a sketch today. I'll do my best to get you this sketch today for stuff. Probably for the chibis that are of your character. Gotta redo my face tracking because I knocked my phone over. Okay. It's so comfy here. Oh my! I'm glad you think so. Okay. So Disney the Lizard's King. Of course. It'll probably be kind of a messy sketch, but I will send it to you today. I'll send it to you over Discord. Disney's the Lizard King. I travel to work. Hell yeah. Well, I hope you have a safe drive or ride to work. Vibe and shine. We have this incredibly talented artist that's these humping cat paintings. And let me tell you, yeah, no drive for me today. My car's broke, so I'm carpooling. Understandable. I hope the carpooling is comfortable, though. I hope it's, like, not too squeezed. And I hope it's a nice coworker that's driving you. I've never bought a painting for my home. Feel like it's a pretty adult decoration thing to do, but if I had the money, I'd buy this artist's paintings in a heartbeat. And sorry, I don't know half of the people here. I'm a little anxious. It's okay. I'm carpooling with you. You know me. I'm your coworker, and I'm carpooling with you, so it's okay. So you know me. I'll keep you comfy. And if anybody looks at you weird, I'll eat their lunch. I've never bought a painting for my home before. But if I had the money, I'd buy this painting in a heartbeat. Create a whole wall for it. Of course. That's what I'm here for. To keep you company and eat your coworkers' lunch if they're being a bitch. Okay, and this one. Finally, some wholesome but really impressive skills from this little baby. Finally, some wholesome but really impressive skills from this little baby. This parent and kid duo been going on for weeks, seeing if this baby could hit that target in the middle. And finally, on day 25, he did it. We're all so proud of you, kiddo. Okay. Oh, right, we need hashtags. This is so organized. What are you working on? I am working on my video editing. This is how I script videos for TikTok. So I have a tab for each video type that I do, and then I write the script and then I record them. Oh, this one didn't have one. My brain is dying. It's this one. Did they have any? A lot of people don't have hashtags, which is crazy to me, but painting cat cute decoration. There you go. I think that's pretty good. I think Vibe and Shine is done now. Look, it's also colorful. It makes my brain so happy. Oh, I still need to upload that VOD. I recall seeing you offer edited videos around VGen. Is it limited or to just shorts? I just do shorts. I don't have specifics. I just do like short content because my brain is baby and I can't do things longer than like maybe like a minute. I think the only thing that I did that was like maybe longer than a minute, definitely longer than a minute, was my lore video. My 1 minute videos. Yeah, like as long as they're like shorter than like a minute, I can do it. Yeah, because I just make TikTok content, so you know, I just make TikTok content. I don't know how long was my thingy, my lore video. I don't actually know. Check. I wish I could do long form content, and I'm gonna have to because I have to edit some gameplay footage, but did I not? I don't know. I may answer your services soon when my VTuber mom. Of course, happily. I'd happily also give you like a discount if you are like returning. No, like you don't have to. Like we can always do one, and then if you like it, we can do more. But I think if I ever did like video editing for someone for like multiple or returning customers, I'd be happy to do like discounts. I think that would be my plan because I like that idea. There was one person that I saw on VGen that got like does punch cards. So the more that you commission them, the more like you can get a discount. I hope you enjoy. I enjoy working with a lot of people, so I'm sure I will enjoy working with you. I mean, I'm already looking forward to doing your commission, so I would not be surprised if I have a fun time working for you. Of course. Yeah, we will be working on a little bit of that today. Probably finish some other stuff too today, because I think I have a good bit of work to do today, so today might be a bit of a long stream. So I'm also like in the background testing my endurance for how long I can stream. Obviously we're not gonna go to like 3 in the morning, but maybe a bit later because we have stuff to do. Yeah, I could be a spud here for a while then. Yeah, you can be a spud here for as long as you'd like. I have no qualms. Let's see, Twitch bots, no. Show more, no. And then we just take the basic tags because I'm lazy and I never change them. That's a cute little capybara emote. Next. Public-ish. Myself, tell me where it hurts. And then stream, Twitch promos, thumbnails, art. This is the 21st, so we need the 22nd. Insert image and cell, 23rd. Insert image and cell, 24th. Oh, look at me being behind. Shoot. Just wanna love you. This is the 28th, 29th, 30th. Oh, I've been doing the wrong days. Oh, oh wait, no, I didn't. I didn't do a lot of it. Okay. I just fucked it up a little bit. Oh, thank gosh. 30th. Oh wait, no, not that day. Oh, scared me. I scared myself. 25, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22. Okay. Close, and I forgot to edit the title again. A gentle kiss of you with every single thing I have. Edit labels, whip subtitle, music, script. Script is written. I should try just recording my scripts on stream. We'll be away for a while. Gonna take a call. Twitch mobile is cry. Understandable. No problem. I'll be here. Have fun in your phone call. I hope it's not too much of a poo-poo one. But we'll be here. We're here all day long. Video edit. That's what I need to move. Okay. I haven't tried this one. Video editing. Vibe and Shine 22. Alright, there we go. Me and my bitch. That's a check. Alright, I need Vibe and Shine. And paste. Oh. La 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 la. I gotta go moly. Alright. Keep that one. I have to fix that later. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Oh my god. That's off my list. Money and my bitch. That's a check. Download. You before posting. Okay, cool. This is misery from the top. I'll do Rover Fun last. I don't want to do that yet. I have to do both of those last. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My intention to pray. I'm away from you now. But God, does it feel so good? I'm where I want him now. 35 for text virus. Okay. Changed. Why can't I look people up? Okay. Just like you. shitty. Do they have art of that? It makes you pray. I've got him where I want him now. The shit to break. I'm away from you now. God, does it feel so good? Got him where I want him right now. Feels so good. Oh, idea. What's this why the dreams come true? One of them involving you. Oh my goodness. Brain. I think I did them back in October. Oh, whatever makes you pray. Where I'm gonna, where I want him now. Was it in there? Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. It is issue number 50. There you go. That just feels so. Oh, I just need this. Well, this is the most updated model, I believe. Let me scroll back up. Oops. Oh, it's different. Fuck. Alright, then I'll just take this one. Oh, they started singing a different language. That's why I was confused. I know it's this one. I can't. In the kitchen sink. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think I could just grab it from there. This one. See, how does this look? What does this look like? In the kitchen sink. Yeah. The kitchen sink. I don't want. It's this one. Okay, then we're gonna go here. Let's do clips. Oh, that scared me. Okay. Open like a new tab. Vortex. I guess we could. I'm trying to decide if I want to do the idea that we had where BLT's like, hey, have you heard of this VTuber? Be a lot more work, but it'd be cool. BLT, the new BLT isn't done yet. Thank you for the wellness check, Rainer. I'd like to do it, but I think I'm gonna wait until the new BLT is done. Yeah, I think that's my plan. Is I will do that when he's done, yeah. Yeah, just for now. Science and magic, of course, other monsters. Smash this. Okay. It was science and magic. Created with science and magic. This. Created with science. Oops. Science and magic. This half skeleton, half hybrid VTuber has talent like you wouldn't believe.
Hi.
How was your stream? How was Bastion? Thank you so much for the raid. If you have to raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important here to us at the Milk Club. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Please tell us how Bastion was. Elaine, hello. How are you doing? Hi. How was your stream? We're just writing. Utsuro Kuri, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Milk Club. Bastion is good. Had to call early because I'm losing my voice. No, are you sick? Oh my goodness. Yes, please rest up. Get some warm tea if you'd like it. We'll just be here vibing, writing a script because words are hard. Can you say I wouldn't believe it's okay. It's one line and then two line. Vortex. Also, you're a cutie. You're a cutie. I love lurking in your streams. Also, my internet's being like a little choppy, and I don't know why. It just kind of feels like it. No, us together. Wink. Thank you so much for the raid. Definitely get rest though. I don't want you to lose your voice. Vortex also. Affectionately. I'm glad you think so. I try to be. But yes, I'm gonna go stop talking for a bit and get some tea. Thank you, BB girl. Of course! Have some great tea. We love tea here. Officially, known as Vovo. He's a V artist that also rigs their own model. They're a fun person to hang out with, whether it's because they are playing a game. So that's how a raid works. I see. Have you never been in a raid before? Well, welcome on in. I'm glad I could be your first raidee, and welcome to being a first raider. How are you doing? It is because whether it's because it's playing a game or I think I didn't restart my VTube Studio app. Okay. Vortex, also especially known as Vovo, is a V artist that also rigs their own model. They're a fun person to hang out with, whether it's because they're playing game or yapping while creating art. Then 1 and 1. Oh yeah, I'm gonna talk about. They are currently creating a customizable model that has a ton of variety and hairstyles. Be on the lookout for that when it releases. Vovo, hello, don't worry about us. Carry on. I'll always worry about you guys. You guys are like my best friends. Chat's my best friend. Y'all are like one of my. Coincidentally enough, Chat is my second most talked to entity, other than my significant other, my cat. But me and my cat, we just kind of silently talk. Like, we look at each other a lot of the times, you know? We don't really talk. But I hope you have a great time here. Vovo posts regularly on their socials, so be sure to check them out and drop them a follow over on Twitch. And then I do this. A kind and amazing person. A few years back. Love seeing in their art journey all the love they receive. But it was amazing. I'm a few years back and love seeing their art journey and all the love that they receive. Haunted. Acoustic inspiration. Check them out. Nice. Then we do vampire, skeleton, art. We already did art. No, we didn't actually. Live 2D, the artist, gaming, yapping, custom. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's a good amount of tags for that. And I think I don't know if I want to do it like this. This one would be of the ears. They have, like, they show off the skin tones, I believe. I feel. They have face markings. Glasses. What's this one? Oops. What? I think this is a VOD thing. 23. We live in. Yeah. This one's actually a really good video to show off the model. So that was this. Open like a new tab. What about this one? Let's see. Awaits. Taste of a poison paradise. What is this one? Oh, that's just them not being able to look at it. Do. This one's actually a good one too. We'll do this one. And then I have any other ones that I want to do. That's the hair. That's the eyebrows. Wait, is this the one I think it is? I don't think they have one where like it randomly shows the different customizations that you can have yet. So I think this is a good amount of stuff that we'll work with first. Let's start with this one. And then we'll change this to video editing. We highlight to photos folder. No, leave me alone. Start function. Start function. Close. And then I think the other ones are pretty good. Yeah. And then we'll download these ones. Video editing. That's 2, 3. And then I want to do some clips of like them gaming. Like this one. Landscape. Okay, and then this needs to go in front. I'm not looking stuff up anymore. Maybe just get a few more clips of them like just doing stuff. Download, save. Download landscape, save. And then maybe like, see, we only have 2, so let's do like one more of the customizable model that they're working on. Yeah, I want this one. Start function. And then Vortex officially knows. Do they have? Now, the question is if they have any speed paints. And I'll probably link to their Blue Sky and their Twitch. Okay, no, they don't. So I think I will just download like one of their VODs, I think. Yeah, I think I'll just download this. So that way I could just do like a time lapse of them working on it. I think is my plan. And I think that would be enough. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Actually, hold on. Change my mind. Do they have a clip where they're working on the model? Oops. Videos, default, all video or clips. Could do this one. That art is so nice. Save. Feel like that's good. Yeah. Okay. And then V-Stars. And Vikas was uploaded, right? So it'll be Gordy this week, I think. Yeah. So, the highlight. Heroics is this coming week, so that one's good. And then we will be doing Eggies. And then art tip, I'm gonna have to do stuff for. Roll for fun, I'm gonna have to do stuff for. So I'll get those out of the way. At the end, YouTube VOD is uploaded. So, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Let's edit labels. Change cover, upload cover image. The world around the world, around the world, around the world. Okay, and then we're doing. This one needs to do subtitles, music. Save. And then, yeah. Yeah, okay. So let's do eggy stuff. So we'll do like this. Click. Oh, I didn't know they followed me. Oh! World around the world around. Oh. In the world. For V-Stars, do I always do it? I don't think it really matters. I think it's just been whatever represents them best, so. Around the world, around. So I'm just gonna use this one. V2. This one. Oops. No, it's two. It's okay. I'll figure something else out. In the world. Could do like that. Could I just like stretch this image? I could. Yeah. See if I can find any better ones though. Oh, this one would be good, but that's for their media merge. I love Eggy's voice. Eggy has a really nice voice, actually. How about this one? Too small. this could work. Yay! I don't know what. There you go. This is number _11. Then I need the nameplate. I just selection only. Restars nameplate. We'll close this guy for now. Okay. And insert images and cell. This one. Yeah, I think. Yeah. What am I doing? Oh, right. Whoa! Please check a little bit. They have the about me yet. Eggy. Eggy, the EVS are in the north. And new to SoulsTuber. Okay. It's oh yeah, it's Twitch clip first. That was the epiest of jackalopes. It was the that was the eviest jackalope of the north. That was epiest. Not only are they EP, they are also incredibly sweet, informative, and entertaining. Eggy streams stick to me like caramel. He streams yapping with her chat along with a plethora of games including Souls likes. They recently got into the Souls-like genre and have been sharing their journey, alongside their community in games such as they talk about games that they played. Monster Wild, Path of Exile, Last of Us Talk. Dark Souls Remastered. Okay. Games like Dark Souls Remastered. Not only that, they also enjoy Eggy has even had her share in game. Had her has even had on adventures in games. Has had adventures in games. That's all. Eggy has even had adventures in ARPGs. That's what they call them, right? ARPGs? Yeah. And then... let's see, let's do Jackalope, Pink, Cute, EP, Dark Souls, ARPGs, Souls-like, Path of Exile. Okay, not bad. Let's see, where are their credits? Socials, donate, rules, FAQ. Currently playing, streams welcome. Where are their credits? Schedule rules, exits, wish list merch. Do they have it on their website? Credits, there you go. Model art by Tsukimon. Tsukimon. Down to the edge of the stink, and then I don't know what to think. Who asked for help? I don't know better. Like I help myself. Oh, are they the ones that made Leggy? Eggy's easiest of ways were created by and I should have a brain. Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so. Two. Karapomi. Karapomi and Toru. Toru and Karapomi over on Twitter. Okay. Wait, I also want to talk about like Souls-like in ARPGs. On their socials, you can find that they share daily content creator tips as to foster positive and healthy habits for content creators. So if you're ever let's check their socials and they may have the answer to your questions. Unless you find this in kindergarten, choose we have the answers to your questions. I As the eepiest, but honestly, some really whole, kind-hearted wives. To them often when for inspiration on my content creator path. Cool. And now we just need to grab clips and stuff. This is Dark Souls Oblivion. Dark Souls Oblivion? Elaine? This is Oblivion. I don't know what I'm doing. Yep. I'm just a girl. Sanitary. Dark Souls. Okay, and then we want to do like just yap and stuff. We do that one. This one. Save. 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. You just fade away. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing this time. Oh, and then I had to find one that'll be the intro. That's right. Might be a good amount of clips. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, but I think I should. I have 2 where they're like kind of in like a menu, so I want to change that. Let's do that one, and then I'm forgetting one. What am I forgetting? Gameplay, Souls RPGs. Oh, an intro. Right. Let's do a top all. Okay. Okay. I think that one works. It means we're good on this guy. V stars. My headset's falling. That scared the shit out of me. Save. And then my soul. Okay. Honestly. Hand painted textures. Okay. Let's do art tips next. I don't know if I have like a video of this, but that would be good. I might. I don't know if I recorded myself hand painting that texture. I don't think I did. Shit. I returned, but unfortunately I come with no snacks. That's okay. We have snacks. We have snacks. We have grapes. We have some leftover rice if you want some rice. We have chips. We have no... we have fruit snacks if you want something sweet. I don't have any cookies, though. I should bake some cookies, though. You sound lovely. I'm glad you think so. I'll be happy to share. I think my face tracking's off. Hold on. Okay. There you go. Alright, there we go. Talk to me in French. Talk to me in Spanish. Talk to me in your own made-up language. Let's do, like, painting. Oh, I fucked up. Share, download, current page, download. Okay. Brush strokes. Object that isn't real? What the heck? What is that even? Why like you? Okay, so right, what are games? Ooh, art tips. Let's see, 34. This is going to be real. Try a lot of games. A lot of 3D video games and 3D art projects. This style of texturing that is done by once. Is hand use this style of texturing, create a cartoon or cartoon slash that's right, a lot of let's not do that. A lot of 3D video games and 3D art projects use a style of texturing to create cartoony or stylized effects in their medium. This type of style is created. It's known as hand painting. This has a lot of painting. The hand painting technique can be done in multiple ways, whether through Blender, applying painted UVs from an art program. The hand painted technique can be done in multiple ways, whether through Blender, applying painted UVs from an art program, through Blender, painting directly on an object's UVs. I should talk about that at some point. UVs. The hand painted technique can be done in multiple ways through Blender, painting directly on an object's UVs, or painting on an object's UVs, or directly onto the object itself through programs like Substance Painter. This technique utilizes a lot of hold on, my internet's being weird. Feels like it is. Okay, weird. Okay. It was a laggy day for my computer, I guess. Hand painting can be done through Blender, painting on an object's UVs, or directly onto the object through programs like Substance Painter, This technique utilizes a lot of basic rendering, digital art fundamentals, like painting highlights and shadows, but just gonna focus the biggest tip for making sure your textures pop. I'm just gonna grab ArtStation and paint it. Medium, digital 3D. Okay. Save image as. Oops. Save. It's killing me, and I must confess, I still believe. When I lose my mind, give me a sign. Well, I do it less in this one. Baby with that maybe they weren't thinking of me. To love me, baby. What you do? Oh, here it is. Wait, no, this is by a student. It's Max's room, right? Concept art. It'll have the Life is Strange tag on it. Life is Strange. Look up, shine, meet me at the moonlight. I don't want it to be a web P. Ugh. Okay. The biggest technique that I suggest for any artist that wants to try this style is to paint your objects with no lighting, also known as unlit. If the textures look good without any help from other light sources, it can be easy to get lost in. Good to go. Any light sources. Hi Shadow, thank you for the head pat. It can be easy to lose yourself in external tools / lights. Focus on the most realistic view of your art. It can help you see the big picture. Okay, so ArtStation again. Life is Strange 1. Stuck got your heart in a headlock. I don't believe any of this. To stop with your heart in a headlock. You know you're better than this. Life is Strange art. I just realized your tablet is a mirror reader. That's so cool. Yeah, isn't it? It's fun. I think it's nice. Actually, do it this way. Oh, wacky boggy. Louise room. I think it's Big Man. Thank you. I got it from my original art parent, Yagi Luro. He also did something like this. That's why. Oh, I just saw it. This one. Let's do Overwatch environments. You're better than this. Magic hand painted. I won't believe any of it. It's this one, this one. Change. Art tips. Select folder. Make it an image. Start function. There we go. And I can remove the WebP. Yeah, because then it's like this to this. And then... Oh, World of Warcraft is a really good example of hand painted textures as well. Let's see, can we... I wonder if like Painterly is another way of putting it for this stuff. It is. I keep forgetting that Painterly is another way of putting it. Oh, I could use my own art. I forgot what I called it. I can use my own art. I do wonder if anyone also does the salty and sweet when it comes to snacks. I mentioned those snacks made me sad. I do. I personally do. Especially if I'm high, I want a good variety of sweet, salty, and savory. Art projects. Where's my breakfast? Renders. Oh, I love this project so much. Hold on. Breakfast scene. This one. Yeah, cycle sweet, salty, refreshing. Munchies are amazing. They are. They make food taste so good. All right. I want this to be taken off. Okay. Oh, brackets can stay. That's the rest of this. That needs to be deleted. There you go. That means I need to do this one, I think. Want to change how I feel this way. Feel this way. See how long it takes to open. Oh, I still need to make the R tips video. The thing one. I have to go pee again, but I don't want to go pee. Okay. I realize all my stuff is out of order. Fuck. So I had to redemo this project. I'd have to re-export the project, I think. Change the way. Is it the AO that does that? I'd rather just re-export it, I think. This one. Oh! That scared the shit out of me. Okay. And all right, I shall head off. Work is about to begin. Good luck with your work too. Thank you. Have an amazing day. We will be here when you return. Table. Bounce around. Of course. We're happy to. Our projects. Table. Okay. Oh, there you go. It's fixed now. Nothing happened. Don't worry about that. So why? I wonder if I have to rebake it. All right. Fuck, Jesus Christ. All right. The computer was not liking that. Okay. It's this guy. Because of the thickness. If I just turn it off, it fixes it. Oh, okay. So let's not just have that one. And then fill grayscale curvature map. Oh. Oh, we can make the curvature map. There you go. What is it, the accent colors? Yeah. Looks better on the bottom, honestly, but it's okay. Yeah. Copy material, paste material. Like to without you. Breakfast issues. Playing in circles. And then render. Running in circles. What? Oh. Cool. Yeah. Okay. I've been running in circles. I really want you to move me. But all the images I get. Oh, violet, placement, BTS, Jasmine, Visa. Okay. These ones are fine. This one. Have pizza. Jasmine. Shem Dawson. That's World of Warcraft, that'll be fine. Everyone's gonna get just something done. This was 34. Do I want to keep it like that, or do I want to rotate it? I want to make it smaller. I want to make it smaller. Is right. At least that's what they say. Mom and Daddy on and it's fine. I'll settle for 2 birthdays. Not as colder in the summertime. So I recreate my own 3D environment for the who knows how many times now. I am trying out pushing the hand painted textures myself. Hope some of these tips can and shiny, yours is green and brown. I set up my that's something worth remembering. Fly boots in my favorite. Cause don't scare you. Then it's cold during the summertime. Scared of something new. It doesn't feel so bad. Export 29. Video editing. Cool. Okie dokie. Okay. They don't even know I'm a VTuber. Corner. Oh, actually, let's go to Canva. Subscribe from Canva. Empty room. Room. Actually, let's do a living room. Let's look up a picture of a living room. Group of people. Graphics. Let's do this instead then. I got everything I wanted. I don't know what you think. But if I'm being honest, I'm independent. People. Yeah. Download. Nobody cried. Nobody even noticed I saw them standing right there. Roll, save, close, images. What a dream. Look up, I see you with me. Oh my god, a WebP, oh my gosh. Okay. One line by you that led to. If I could change the way that you so I wonder why I don't deserve you. I tried to scream, but my head was underwater. And they called me weak. I'm not just somebody's daughter, it's gotta be better. Oh, you're right there. I guess the day was a year ago. Actually, these aren't done yet. Okay, and then everybody wants somebody to know, and I don't want to let them down. What a dream. I have everything I wanted. And then I'm just gonna give it the labels like I've done it, so that way I don't need to come back. Insert images. Alright, and then we gotta play the game. Change the way. I don't deserve you. If I knew it all, then would I do it again? Would I do it again? If they knew it, they said would go straight to my head. Alrighty. Alright, Full screen on. Alrighty. Alright, let's try this game. I've never played this game before, so we'll see what happens. Rika Animations. Thank you, Vita. Thank you all. I wouldn't be who I am today without you. Goodbye. I like the art style so far. Oh, she's sad. Bye, Hicha. Who are we saying goodbye to? Who's Hicha? Project Verizon, Doomer's Life Escape. Okay. Yet another day. I wish it never started. Why do I wake up exhausted every morning? Get up? Yeah, we gotta get up. Oh, okay. We're Hicha, don't exist. I like the style of this. Get up. Get up, little guy. We gotta get up. Every day is a copy of the previous one. Wake up, stare at the ceiling, try to get up, sit at the computer, scroll through comments, don't forget to eat, don't forget to sleep. Otherwise, my head will start hurting, and I'll die from the pain. This totally sucks. Is this like in an alternate world if I wasn't happy? This person's like the complete opposite to me, I think. Computer, pile of clothes, clean the room. Let's clean the room. Some other time? No, come on. Use the computer, sure. Huh. Who needs a real life when I have a virtual one? There's way more possibilities in it than real life. When Varai becomes the most famous singer in Vita, I'll be better than anyone. People don't even know who's really behind her. Yeah, my life kind of sucks right now, but later, then I'll have everything. The world will belong to Varai, which means it'll belong to me too. Oh, I should check Vita and look at Varai's schedule. As they say, if you log into Vita, your day wasn't wasted. Hehe. Okay, so I guess I did that. No, I don't want to suffer! No, don't suffer. It's okay. Oh man, that took me 3 hours. Varai poster, be Varai, boxes with plushes Varai. Unpack things, go to sleep. Let's go be Varai. Oh gosh, it is so bright. Oh gosh. So bright. Varai, your interview is about to start. Thanks for the reminder, pod. Our world is so white. Finally, I'm Varai again. Vita is the coolest social network ever. I could play as Varai forever. She's just so cute. I mean, you guys look similar. Welcome to our V podcast. Today we have our rising talent with us. She's only recently joined Vita, but she's already won the hearts of thousands of fans. Their one and only incredible Varai. Varai, great to have you with us today. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Tell us about your latest single, Nowhere. The name can be interpreted in many different ways. No place to be, the absence of purpose. Tell us what the song is really about. My latest single, Nowhere, is about a person who falls in love with a girl they meet online, but later finds out that she isn't real. Wow, sounds like something straight out of a movie. It's a song about love and the emotions we go through when our feelings aren't returned. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. So Nowhere is not just about a place that is not real. It's about a person who does not exist. Maybe this person only exists in yourself. Oh wow, and we thought you were singing about yourself. Haha. Well, everyone can find their own interpretation of the song. Thank you. It means a lot that you like my new release. I was so worried I wouldn't be able to pour all my emotions into it. I think you did an amazing job. When I first heard the chorus, it hit me with such a powerful wave of emotions. I'm sure your fans felt the same way. A huge V thank you. Knowing that my songs reach my listeners' hearts is the greatest reward I could ask for. Be love to everyone. I love you all so much. By the way, tell us about your upcoming concert at the V Arena this Saturday. Okay, so we have a concert coming up. Varai's second concert, V for Everyone, is happening in just a few days. I can't wait to see you all there. Please come and show your support for Varai. Thank you for the cheek pat. This Sunday at the V Arena. Thank you all for tuning in to our interview, and as Varai always says, "Be love to all." Be love. Varai was stunning. Her sweet face radiated light and happiness. She's not just virtual, is she? That glow, it feels real. To Varai fans, her glow is more than just an effect. To them, it's a guiding star, leading them forward when it feels like there's no hope left. That's her true talent. I wish I could be like her. But you are her. I think the thing. Well, time to go back to reality. But you are her, even though you are puppeting her, and you don't look this. You are her. Be Varai, but if I don't sleep or eat, I'll just die. Unfortunately, I'm alive. Unlike Varai, it'd be great to live without the stupidly bodily needs and never have to leave my house again. Vita will be my home. I think you're being silly. We need to go eat. Yeah, we need to go eat something. Why can I read it? It's just my apartment. There's nothing scary here except for that. Yikes! It's just in my head. It's just in my head. It's just in my head. Okay. Maybe invest in light bulbs. It's just dirty dishes, which at this point has a clean them. Clean the dishes. Oh my god! I have to wash. Yes. Oh my goodness. Get something to eat. To the gods, just add water. I am afraid to open the fridge, I'm gonna be honest. Even the video looks so heavy, but that's just for a photo. I think you're being silly. Take a shower, like what? Screw it. Maybe next time. What do you mean? No, we're taking a shower. Take a bath. Go take a bath. I want you to take a walk. What a mess. I look exhausted as always. The bag and everybody later. That was cool. Like, you are Varai. The thing is, you are Varai. Like, I understand that, like, it seems so different. What? Yes, watch my face. I'm hoping to wake you up with a cold. Haven't seen your negativity. You know, as always, that's why is this me? It's so cold. Can we take a shower, please? We could probably use with a warm toilet. There's a toilet in a different room. I mean, yeah, okay. This is plushies. But they sent me the whole box of them. Should probably give that back to them, shouldn't you? Never unpack moving in, but hey, kind of decorate the room. Well, can we clean up a little bit? Tomorrow for you still okay. This is an army time. I'm a little confused by the army time. Why not? There's never a bad time for console games. Press Z to attack and X to... Okay. Okay. How do I look the other way? Wow, I suck. Okay. Fuck, this is annoying. Totally ruined my mood. I hate a stupid game. Okay, I think it's like 1 a.m. A little bit more computering. Are talking about it. The comments are pouring in. I wonder how many people will show up for the concert. 1,000, no, 10,000, or maybe a whole million. Just a little more, and Varai will invite me everywhere. She'll be the biggest shows on live stream. When she becomes a star, I think it's so interesting that they don't see the VTuber as themselves. Varai becomes the most famous thing. That means I will too. That'll be my victory, and then I will finally live the way that I want. Well, why can't you just live the way that you want now? It's like, I think it's like 4 a.m. So I think we need to go to sleep in some mornings. But at least get one decent dream, and tomorrow. But the thing is, all you did was wake up, check your schedule, be Varai, and then go back to sleep, though. You know? Weird faint sounds, barely audible. Where am I? Thank you so much. This is all that. Who's that? Right. And then you said you were happy with your feelings of being heard. I don't remember saying that. What are you talking about? Don't give up, Kate. You can do it. Forget everything that happened. Wait, I don't get it. What is she even talking about? Hee. It's just an empty fridge. Close the door. What? Are you really right? Of course I am. But I am an echo carrying through the cities. And you? So you are me? We? Oops, gotta run. Yeah, we're the same person. Like, I don't understand, like, the disconnect. Like, we are, her success is your success because it's just us. Wish I had normal dreams, not this crap. Hold on, I have to respond to a message. I had normal dreams, not this crap. Total nonsense, but I guess I feel a bit better. Wouldn't be surprised if this was some new Vita experience. Your avatar keeps bugging you in your dreams. Like, I could forget about Virai. So how are we wasting our precious time in this meaningless life today? Well, could we clean up a bit? Do you think we could clean up a bit? Clean the room. No matter how much I clean, there will always be trash left. Me. Stop, bro! You're gonna be okay. Go check the computer. Use the computer. Oh, I forgot I have to click. Ever since Vita appeared, my life has changed. I finally have a place where I feel like I belong. Okay. Understand, too bad not everyone can afford a headset for it. They're seriously missing out. Actually, who cares? I got one, and that's what matters. Early access. Vita is a world of creative freedoms. Virtual stars in Vita are called talents. Talents sign a partnership with Vita and earn in-game currency, Vcoin, for streams and social network activity. Vcoin can be converted into real money. Vita recruits talents from all over the world, and you can apply on their official website. No one really knows what their selection criteria are, but I guess having talent helps. And guess what? I actually passed their selection. What a joke. And now my job is to be the virtual singer Virai. Super important job, obviously. Haha. Now all I have to do is play as Virai, and I'll get a life I actually want. Hope that day comes soon. Vita is the best place in the world. I love it. If only I could stay in it forever and be Virai forever. I mean, you could be, but she is you. So, this is a game that I got a key to that I'm trying. Okay. It's very, I don't know what this bar does. It's very, meta, because I'm a VTuber. And this person is like a VTuber if a VTuber was very depressed in real life, and could not see that their VTuber is them. Yes, I know that you don't enjoy all of this, right? But this is important, trust me. Just move as you like, try to find your comfort. We'll fix everything in post-production. Just be yourself as always, Virai. Oh, okay. Just taking pictures. Yes, more innocence in your eyes. Okay. Look straight into my soul. That's weird. Can you tell me how I should write about this photo shoot? Write social media? Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. Just write it like you always do. The photo shoot for the 56 is full swing. We love to all. Okay. I worked like a true pro. The way she moved her hands, her poses. She is you though, bro. Her whole body moves so naturally. But she is you. Like, yes, don't look away from me. This is just, the more people love Virai, the better my life will be. Soon everyone will be watching Virai closely. But you are her. I understand if it's like a separate persona, like you are putting on a face, but still. Amazing. Thank you, you guys too. I don't understand. Yes, the post-production is already underway. They want me to add more real emotions. They say that this persona is still a bit banal, bland. Oh, this is not good. Don't you get it? If you remove these details, it won't be her anymore. I know that what you want. You want her to be more convenient. But if you remove everything, then what's left? I said, I'm not gonna do this. If you want someone else, get a marionette. I want to work with talents and not do something incomprehensible with them. Yeah, so VPod wants the talents to be genuine, but I bet the company doesn't want them to be. Alright, well that was good and stuff. Can we go? Okay, maybe we gotta go check out the fridge. Why is it annoying, bro? You gotta calm yourself. I'm gonna go to the kitchen. What's in the fridge? Pretty sure a generation when I started that everything is against me. Why is it always empty? I think. You are not smoking. Washing machine? Mine's in the kitchen, so I barely use it. Doesn't get rid of the weird smell. This piece of junk just takes up space. That's fine. It could be like a storage thing. Can we wash the dishes, please? It's outrageous that you are not cleaning them, my guy. Those are my favorite flying soup. If anyone talks shit about them, they're getting decked. Okay. Wash our face. I can't still get out. Maybe it was a prophetic dream. Maybe Variety is trying to support me. Maybe it means I'll actually make it. I won't make it anywhere. The way out of this life is on the other side. Enough whining. I'm already on my way. Wash your face. At least I won't have such angst. I know. What's outside? Can we go outside? I'm way too— You're not busy! Go outside, you go outside. Oh, okay, I could just walk around. I've just been clicking. I didn't know I could just walk. Maybe I'll turn it into a Christmas tree or something. At least that saved me money. That's valid. I mean, that's valid at least. Me off. I'll toss you out if you keep annoying stupid boxes. And toss them out, man. Oh, they're cornering me, chat. Chat, they cornered me. This game is hard. It lasted longer, though. I'm sorry that you're upset. We can go and play some more game. You wanna play some more game? Okay. Okay. Can I? Okay, I can. I'm gonna beat this level. See, we win! Yay! We did it! Haha, take that, you glitchy piece of code. It's a little weird. Can't get back on the computer. It's nothing. I don't want you to suffer. We're not suffering today. We'll play another round of video game. Yeah, we did it. Whippy! I don't know why like these ones are easier. The first one was hard. Okay. It's like, is it 3 a.m. now? It's time to go sleep. Daydreaming before bed is way more interesting than this stupid life. So sad. Such a sad little baby. Hey, Yippee! Hi, Mashy! No dream. No dream, just emptiness. There's nothing. Maybe when I fall asleep, I cease to exist. Maybe the day resets like a level in a game. Maybe life itself is just a game. But who's playing it? That's an interesting way of looking at it, but you're the one playing it, technically. Your little brain neurons. Oh no, they fell out of bed. Ow. Well, Wake up on the wrong side of a bed if you wake up face first. It's not a bed, and you kind of just rolled out of a couch. I'm gonna be honest, you just kind of rolled out of the couch. Alright, let's go check our computer. Yep. There's so much happening in Vita, I can't even keep up. There's always an endless stream of different parts from Vita. Sometimes real life celebrations get invited to Vita for gaming streams. Oh yeah, Varay's got a gaming stream today and another town is joining. I wonder how it'll go. Hopefully good. I haven't eaten in a while. Maybe it's time to give it a name. Can you clean it? Clean your room. Anyway, cleaning gives me the you silly Billy. Watch V-Talk is new, be for Ryan. Let's go get something to eat and then. No, you'll be fine. You're gonna be fine. Don't be a baby. Let's go eat something. Can you clean the dishes yet? Does it keep growing? I don't know. Maybe because you don't do anything about it, and you keep just letting it be. You need to clean up. Cleaning up will make your brain happy. I promise. All right, and then let's go Beaver Eye. It's so bright every time. Right, your stream starts in a few minutes. Are you ready? Of course, I'm always ready. Pod is always polite and respectful of her guy. He keeps track of her schedule and makes sure she stays on the top of her track. Though I didn't even know if there's a real person behind him. VPod is one of the Vita's newest features, a virtual assistant that follows players through their digital lives. Expensive as hell, but for VI, free. She's a talent after all. She gets only the best, but to be honest, there's something weird about him. Not in a bad way. Damn, I don't know how to explain this. From one side, it looks like he's always on my side. He helps me keep things in order. Without him, I would have probably already lost track of all this shit. He always knows what to say, keep things running behind the scenes, and shield me from any problems. On the other hand, he's too neat, too nice. Sometimes it feels like he doesn't say everything he wants. He rounds the corners and filters out some things. It's not that I don't trust him, I just don't know who he really is. Doki crashes into the stream. Doki, we haven't even started yet. So what? A dramatic entrance is always appropriate. Hello, my dear V fans. Welcome to our new weekly V game stream. And today we have the best girl in Vita. Oh, we're about to get like a complex, huh? That's right, the one and only Doki. In the V vote, you all really okay, right. Enough explaining. Time to show them a real bloodbath. Looks like this won't be easy, but Doki seems to be playing along with Varai. It'll be harder with anyone else. Today we're gonna be playing shooter V-Gun on. We're gonna destroy them so hard they'll be running crying to their mommies. Oh. Wonderful, Ducky. Keep it up. See, I feel like if our protagonist got a character that she had to play like Doki, she would feel a lot better about herself. 100 million, or I'm ending stream. We hit that number today, guys. What's really going on? With your support, dear V fans, we're gonna crush it today. Oh, but he can curse. How did that make you feel? Or watch VTalks. Let's go through VTalk. Gotta get that dopamine somewhere. So turn on whatever, it's the same thing. Ah, see, I can get behind this. This is fun. I like this. Oh well, as always, the usual. Whoa, rude. Alright, computer. Let's see how our comments are doing on our live stream. Yay, Doki, please shut. Slowly Varai. Oh, people never know. Yeah, what is streaming? Yeah, not a fan of that balance. Yay, they're streaming. What the fuck? It'll be shut. Today's stream was intense, but Doki's a real pro. She knows exactly how to keep all the attention on herself, even when Varai slips up. She didn't even let the audience get bored for even a second. Guys, gotta look away to. I've got a long way to reach Doki's level. I wonder what she's like in real life. She's probably like a huge house with tons of cars. I feel like you're overestimating the other talents. Maybe if I talk to them, I could change them and make it better. They're probably all rich. I think they're probably all just like you. Yeah, I will claim everyone and someone will give her a place. And I'll live there like a princess. Yeah, probably will, to be honest, because you don't clean for shit. It's crazy. Play a video game? Play a video game? Does that make you feel better? I'm getting... Okay, okay. I win! I did it. I was getting a little overwhelmed there, but we did it. Take that. Alright, cool. My sanity's not doing great? No. Let's go wash our face. Let's go wash our face. I don't want to smoke. I want to do none of the bad things. Right. Wash your face. Yes. That's better. Oh, okay. You should be seeing yourself. Okay, you want to go bathroom? Why is this so loud? It's like a pressure cooker. Yeah, I guess we can go to sleep because it's late. Very interesting how the concert will go. Because I'm curious if, like, maybe her concert won't go as well as she's hoping. Whoa. Whoa, it's so peaceful. It's so peaceful here. What is this place? Probably the inner mechanisms of your mind. Oh shit. It's Farai, I think. Finally, this is real life. A life without freedom is like a body without a soul. Right now, breathing in fresh air, I actually feel alive. What about you, Hicha? She's talking to me. Farai stands there silently waiting for my answer. Her gaze is so intense it's like she can read my mind. Yeah, let's talk to her. It's really beautiful here, but somehow I still feel anxious. I understand you. You're like a bird in a cage. You want to break free. However, you can find either peace or freedom. You can't expect to have both at the same time. That's valid. Freedom is the loss of all hope. Only when you lose everything can you truly be free. Raya smiles widely. Her gaze locks onto me, piercing. Okay. The inner machinations on your mind are kind of weird, Hachi, but that's okay. Yeah, sure. Right. What should I do? Haha. No one can answer that but you, Hicha. You only have yourself. There's no one else. We decide which way the wind blows. Listen to yourself. Deep inside you, among the endless stream of thoughts, can you hear it? Where is your wind blowing? I don't know, up my ass? I think she was trying to tell you that you need to, like, break free from the cycle of sadness, you know? You gotta be proud of yourself. You know? You have to record Verizon. Second memorizing lines, and I keep messing up, but at least Rai will announce tomorrow's concert. Can't wait for UGG. Okay. What's this X thing? Maybe that's the end of the demo, because this is a demo. This isn't like a full game. Can we clean up, please? I'll clean up one of your famous. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 1 billion man-hours a day are spent by users around the world watching content. The internet has become the biggest stage in the world, and anyone could be a star, all thanks to the talent. All thanks to their talent, or at least that's what social media wants us to believe. Just post a video or photo showing off your skills, and next morning you could wake up rich and famous. Bloggers started making insane money and even invited on TV. The internet changed our world, but social media changed with it too. As competition and influence grew, more and more restrictions popped up. Social media decided it needed to fill every single free space in front of the user's eyes. So they came up with mechanics and rules to keep us hooked. Vita chose me as a talent, but I don't even know what my talent actually is. Truth is, I can't even sing. Rai's voice is just ones and zeros filtered through a dozen algorithms, just a simulation of life. I think I used to want to sing, but maybe that was never my dream. Oh right, to keep things from getting too boring. I usually watch something alongside Vita. Lately, I've been really into Mr. Cool. God, is this guy even real? Like, does he even actually exist? What kind of person do you have to be to come up with ideas like, what if I buy a whole island and raffle it among random people? Oh, Mr. Beast, I see. Or what if I bury myself alive for 50 hours? Absolute madness. But my favorite, what if I trap 100 people in a glass maze and make them run until one of them loses their mind? I watched this and just how? I don't know if that's talent. I think that just means you have a lot of money. How many zeros are in a million again? 6? And not like it matters. I'll never see any of that kind of money anyway. The coolest part, he's coming to Vita soon? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna watch it all. I'll be part of it, even if I'm just a tiny number in the view counts. Wait, shit, I'm not even subscribed. Oh, damn. Leonardo just announced a new exhibition. Damn, Leonardo is such a weird talent. His talent is being an artist, or more like a mysterious artist. His UVTs sell out in seconds. UVTs are like unique virtual things sold. Ew. That's weird and stupid. I'm not reading this section. That's stupid. Leonardo, just like Leonardo, no one's last name, no backstory. What if an artist makes it great anyway? Money critiques. His suffering smeared across the canvas for everyone to say, wow, that's deep. Mystery. Some say Leonardo isn't even just an AI, just an algorithm spitting out genius level art faster than I could boil water. Others think there's a real person behind it. The whole AI artist thing is the biggest. Ew. Banksy? That's crazy. So either Leonardo is an AI acting on its own, or there's actually some artist pulling the strings. Though, does it even matter? In Vita, all you see is an avatar. Yeah, it does matter. It does matter a lot. One thing I know for sure is Variety is real, and she's gonna change my life. Well, you're real. I think that's kind of weird that she's like, she has a song about how like a girl, like how Variety, like essentially how Variety isn't real, and yet she doesn't realize that. The genius, and why not? Honestly, if I wrote poop in giant letters on a wall, someone would probably call it a deep rebellious statement against the system. But damn, it is really beautiful. I mean, yeah, but you'd have to collect so much poop that you could write. It's about the dedication to the art form, you know? I'm gonna resell this one on Vimazon. Yeah, unless you had to write something that means like you can't say who you are. You know, there are things where like you won't be able, as a talent, you know, you won't be able to do that. Yes, of course I'm ready. We love to all. Welcome to Virai News. As always, I'm your host, Virai. It's so exciting anytime. Thank you for watching all my new episodes. How's the gaming going? It's going okay. It's very meta and very sad. It's kind of a game like if you were a VTuber with no self-awareness and you were very, very, very depressed. So, Vita's infamous owner has announced a new exhibition, We Are What Inspires Us. One of the most intriguing pieces of dialogues with the void. A wall where random phrases appear as if pulled straight from a stream of consciousness. But the most fascinating part, the text is generated from visitors' own words. You read something and suddenly realize maybe that thought was yours all along, or maybe inspired by someone else and didn't even realize it. This isn't just an exhibition, it's a dialogue with yourself. So the average VTuber, I'm not this depressed! I am not this depressed as a VTuber, you know? I clean my home. I don't let things live in my fridge like rats. And if art is a conversation, then it seems to be speaking to us in a language both familiar and provocative. You're not average? Oh. I feel like I am. We said it was you, but I'm just a VTuber. I'm just a guy on the internet. Vita, you can earn it in-game when indifferent. I don't think I like this game. Invisible virtual. It's almost, I'm gonna be honest, it feels like justifying, like, NFTs and bitcoins. You know, you're the only one who thinks you're average. Okay, that's valid. I don't think I like this game. like, I don't know. I think it's because a lot of it goes against how I feel about life. And I'm not saying games have to be the way that I see it, but I don't like self-sabotage a lot. Like, self-sabotage in the way that, like, you're destroying everything around you. You know, everything's gonna be fine. Yeah, Mariah's going to show. Like, and this lack of sense of self. Yeah, but Raymond seemed to be okay. You have a healthy relationship and don't backstab other guys. That's pretty cool of you. That's crazy, also. That is crazy. Yeah, that's okay. It was okay. I don't know. I don't really want to make a video on it. It's just not my cup of tea. Like, I understand it's very meta, and I without a doubt understand there's a lot of people that could probably relate to this, but it's like, I don't know, it's just not it. Not it for me, at least. So, yeah. No, that's just how I feel. It's just like, it's not my cup of tea personally. 'Cause, like, why? You know, like, why be like that? Why be like that, you know? It just don't make sense to me, chat. It just don't. Have you ever played Parasocial? I don't know. I haven't. Is it cool? Oh shit, game. Sheila's Art, Parasocial. The Japanese horror about a live streamer. At least this is a horror game, you know? I'm not super, it's a horror, yeah, at least it's a horror game. I'm just not super into the whole, like, how do I put it? How do I do the thing? Like, I like the art style and the story makes sense. It's just, How do I content? I'm confused. Okay, well, I'll probably connect my Twitch at the very least. Done. Actually, I'm gonna go back to coworking. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. It's okay not to like something. That's valid. I don't know. I guess it's a thing where I feel bad because like it's a game developer, right? And it's the game developer put work into it, but I'm like, eh. I don't like people that are like that, and playing as a person I don't like is harder. Like specifically, I don't like it when people sabotage their own lives or ruin their own lives and then act like it's not their fault, you know? Like, I understand cleaning dishes, doing chores, it can get very overwhelming after a while, but like, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but I just think I won't be making a TikTok, which is fine because we didn't write the script for it yet, so we'll just pivot. We will pivot. I'm going to do Spirit Session Lo-Fi because that'll be a lot easier. I can't spell. Oh, thank you for the boop. Oh yeah, interesting game. Ever played Disco Elysium? I have heard so many good things about Disco Elysium. I've never played it though. Do you like that game? So instead for today's video, we're doing Spirit City Lo-Fi sessions. Because I can. Because they also gave me a key to their game. It's an experience, a really good one. I'll have to try it for sure. I wonder if they're on Keymailer. It would be cool if they were, because then I could... I don't know how to spell it. See them. Okay. I don't know if they are. Oh, they do. It looks like they do have... let's do Twitch. Yeah, they're on it, so... Because I'm poor, I can't buy big games. But I'm really willing to try it. This is... Okay. Hold on. Sorry. I decided to eat something. Hold on. It seems easy. How does Keymailer work? Keymailer works by... Sorry, I had food in my mouth. Keymailer works by... Essentially, you connect your social media to it, and it will automatically, like, connect it to, like, games that you're playing. Like, Cult of the Lamb, It works really well with, like, Twitch and stuff. I try to do it for TikTok, but it doesn't always want to work. Like, for here, it's not... It doesn't add, like, the game. Even though I put it in here. I don't really know why. But, Burger's Cozy's Kitchen. What the fuck? This one worked. Oh, it's because I'm not doing a hashtag Burger Cozy's Kitchen. Oh, maybe that's why. Hold on, let me fix it for this one. But yeah, you just play games, and then game devs can see it, and then they can request that you play their games, or like you can request game keys for yourself, and they might respond. Because Doom Dark Ages was on here, and the Midnight Walk is also on here. I requested both of those keys, but I might not get them, but it's like I might as well try. All right. I'm Lenny. I'll be your guide. It's nice to meet you. Let's make a moment to get you settled as I guide you through things you can do around here. Play some music and add sounds. This is an audio section where you can control your music, choose from different curated lo-fi playlists, and even add different backgrounds to create your preferences. Cool. This was cool. I don't know, they had, let's do this one. Okay. Do perfect soundscapes. This is your productivity corner. Create a to-do list and get to work with a useful timer to remind yourself to take breaks. Do it to track your habits for journaling too. I have a reasonable response. They had a lot of issues with the studio selling the game rights. Yeah, but who knows? I mean, it doesn't hurt to try, right? You miss every shot you don't take. But if it doesn't, I could probably save up to get the game, you know? Select a spot and activity from here, and you can select where to hang out in the room and what activity you want to do, studying, reading, or even taking a nap. Whether you're an early bird or night owl, here you can choose different times of day and ambience in the room. Oh, can I make this full screen? Toggle to maximize one. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, it's not like a full screen kind of thing. Ah. Spirit decks. Okay, I don't want to do the tutorial anymore. I'll let you know. Thank you. Okay, can I customize my character? I'd love getting content of me customizing my character. I could. Ooh. Maybe like that. Oh, it's a male or female, and then thin or thick. Interesting. Head. Cool. Hair. I like black hair. White, I guess. This is cool. I like this style. The style of their stuff is very nice. It's very pretty. Let's make us. I don't think they'll have us though, to be fair. We could just do. Oh, I like that they have dreads. That's actually very nice. It's one of those games where it's completely different experience for each playthrough. Oh, I love that. I love that. I guess we could do this one. That's not bad. Wait, they have a side braid. Okay. Wait, we want little stumpy horns. My little stumpy horns. Wait, we can't have both. Ah, we can't have both. I cry eternally. It's okay, we could do that. Fine with that. The eye color. Ooh, there's some cute eye shapes in this. Cute. That one works. Facial hair, clothing. Oh, and then you can get there's some that you can get, and then there's some that are free. Yeah, like one of those things they have is each attribute skill has their own voice. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I like what are they called? Roguelikes? I like those a lot. Some headphones? No, it doesn't make sense. I have to make human. Ew. No, I have to make human. They have to be human. With, we'll just make it with horns. The hair is, you can see the hair through the bangs. I'll do that. I like that. The ears aren't real. The ears weren't real, chat, and I didn't like that. Some gold frames. I'm down for some gold frames. Some gold frames. Horny character. Yeah, horny character. I don't know. This mushroom one's cute. It's kind of like what we wear, though. You can't choose a color, though, which is unfortunate. We do have some monies, actually. What's this one? Looks like we could get this hoodie and then... Yeah, we could make it interesting. Make it black. Blue. Actually, let's make it yellow and then we'll make the other side like white or something. Or opposite? Yeah, let's do opposite. Yeah, nice. Yay, cute. And then do they have skirts? Do they have skirts, chat? Do they have skirts? I just want a black skirt. Wouldn't it be better just to purchase the more expensive one that's like 50 more though? Because it's like whatever color you want. I feel like the answer to that is yes. I need to pick a blue though. There we go. And then socks. Do they have uneven socks? The real OG, the uneven sockies? I mean, those are pretty uneven. Wait, no, they're just scrunched. They're not uneven, they're just scrunched. They don't have uneven sockies. How could they not have uneven sockies? That's okay. I just want the socks. Do I even want socks? I mean, I kind of want socks. They not have like the leggings that don't have like the texture on them though? I think we'll just wear normal socks. Where are the normal sockies? Then shoes. Oh, those don't look great together. I like how the shoes actually work together though. That's very nice. They have like these remind me of the Final Fantasy shoes actually. Those Final Fantasy shoes they look like that. Wait, what if I just didn't have socks? One of the funniest lines from one of the attributes is always stand up for yourself and never pass up the opportunity to escalate a minor disagreement into a life-changing violence. Also, look at you, it is me. But I like that. That's a good line. That's a really good line. I like that a lot. My shoes are blue. My shoes are blue. I have enough. I have enough coins. Make them my blue. Yeah, and then the laces are the same color. Oh, wait. Wait, no. Yeah. Oh wait, let's make them white. And then these can be blue, yeah. And then like the custom one. Oh, why did I take out my shoes? Oh, I'm gonna purchase them. Yay! Yay! And then Spirit Companion. Oh, I only have this one. Yeah, it comes from Half-Light, the attribute that represents your survival instinct, always alert and ready to fight, distrustful of everything. I like it. Whoa, look at this guy. Tuxedo. I didn't save enough money for the tuxedo cat. Fuck. I didn't save enough money for. I didn't know that. Aw. Okay, I guess we'll just take the void kitty, the little witch cat. I can't believe this. Yeah, you just hang out. Spirit decks. That's a little slime. Hell streamer, I know, right? Goopy. Decor. Oh, now you can get decor. Oh, that's cool. How do you get these things? How do you get these things? New Spiritographer rank 2. Oh, I got more money. Wait, does that mean I could buy the tuxedo cat? Yep. Yippee! Holy shit, you're the lo-fi girl. Yeah, that's what the Spirity City lo-fi sessions is all about. Oh yeah, hi, Ghoulie! Hi, how was Split Fiction? Oh my god, how was Split Fiction with Queen? Hi! I just now saw the time. Yeah, no, that's valid. Hi! How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Check out Ghoulie and Void Queen if you haven't. They're an amazing people. I love hanging out with them. They're great. I love them so much. Starbox Raid, welcome on in, Raiders. If you are new here, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. We're trying out Spirit City Session Lo-Fi, which has It's cool. It's a cool game. We got a code for it, so we're checking it out. How goes the City of Spirits? Good. Good. It's cozy. It's comfy. I crashed the car. Valid. Valid. I too would crash the car. Got all these types of chairs. Oh my god, they have the DX Racer chair. I don't want any of these chairs. I want... Oh, they have wheelchairs. You don't have to pay for the wheelchairs, which is cool. I want this chair. She crashed the car 90 times, but it's okay because it was a cyber car. Those aren't easy to watch. That's valid. Cyber tech is hard. Cyber tech is hard. Okay, so we can change the stuff we got over here. This is cool. I can make it be filled with flowers. I like this one. I like that one a lot. I don't like the shelves though, but I like that one a lot. It was drifty controls in the sci-fi parts. That's valid. I feel like a lot of sci-fi kind of car mechanics are very floaty. They're either too floaty or they're kind of hard to drive. Also, Goob was a tootin' pig. Oh, we love tootin' pigs. Love tootin' pigs. I want like flowers. Flowers? I kind of want this one. I don't really like the shelves are kind of not my vibe. This one has a fox on it. they toot when they drift in away. That is so cute. I love that. That's amazing. I think we'll do the flower one. Oh, they have like a trellis of flowers. Oh, I like this a lot. Do the trellis of flowers. That's cool. You can like change this too. I like this one, I think. What's the nothing? I like that one a lot. You have it more modern. A snacky. Or drink. Oh my god, yes, we gotta get the shaker cup because we're affiliated with Advanced GG. Let's go. They have so many snacks. That's so cool. Teddy bear. Oh my god, I want a teddy bear. It was rainbow fires and I nearly died inside out. That's crazy. I spent all my money on teddy bears. The habits tracker, the Pomodoro timer, a new list so you can track all your stuff if you want, and a journal. Thank you for the wellness check. I'm currently eating some rice, so I will drink some water after. So here's what we're doing. We're gonna sleep. We can play video games. We can browse the internet. We don't read. This is so cool. You can do knitting. That's cute. Writing. Sipping on a tea. I love this bay window. This bay window is very nice. Meditating. And clean a little bit. We don't do that. Do a little bit of typing and knitting. You can do gaming? Oh my god. Look at that epic gaming, guys. Writing, drawing. Drawing's kind of cool. I like the drawing one a lot. And you can toggle the UI. That's nice. Sounds. How about a whispering creek? There we go. Isn't that nice? Isn't that comfy? This is really cool. I see why a lot of people use this when they're co-working, honestly. It's a really good, like, BRB screen if you had, like, to BRB and you just need, like, something visual on the screen. It's really nice, honestly. I quite like it. I quite like this. They're very cool. Yes, exit game. Alrighty. And now I have stuff to write about. Alright. Spirit City Lo-Fi Session. because we need the logo and stuff. In the car, listening to Blonde, falling for each other. Pink and orange skies, selling super child. There's no Donald Glover. Let's go from my mother. Look where you at tonight, got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. It's got glitter for skin, my radiant in the night. Okay, now we gotta replace the background art. Background art. This one and then this one. And let's slap that logo in there. This. No, I think I like this. Nah. No one blast, make the moment last. You got solar power. Think I seem like hours. She knew she was the baddest. Can you even imagine? For the love of my life, she's got glitter in her face. I just want like a vertical format, but like a horde. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, a radiant beam in the night. To see. Yeah, I think the other one works fine. Just doing it like this. Yeah. And export. Oop. Yep. Save. Close. Go. Okay, and then we remove these ones. Man, can get so upset noise. Working be so hard. Working can be hard, so can be so difficult because I'm so disorganized. Only there was something I could use on. Be great if I could have a timer for breaks, a to-do list, and and one cozy application. And then we'll do like a pause and then a record scratch. We can. In spirit, and then that's where we need the steam thingy. So focus tool set on soothing the processes. Luckily for you, this does exist. And I got to try it for free thanks to Keymailer. Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions. Okay. And then do this. It's a comfy, cozy game that is very well known in the co-working community on Twitch. To try the game myself. Mainly stream co-working. It's such a cozy vibe, and I got to be the lo-fi girl. Insert image and cell. This one. And then save video as video editing or roll for fun. This one, save. Yeah, I think that's good. And then we can use our stream stuff. And then we got to customize our character with comfy vibes all around. Honestly, being able to try out this game myself, the understanding how it could help my workflow, also keeping me sane through all my work. There we go. Just do this. Boop. And then take these guys and put them here, and then we'll do comfy, cozy, lo-fi, cat, cute, spirit, tasks to do, organized. Okay. And then, yep, we got everything. We got everything for that. Okay. Dusk and mini. There you go. Gotten. Is it all you need? Okay, so I'm just gonna leave this unchecked because I need to do a thing for it. But me. Just say that I'm the only one, which means that I'm the closest one around. Okay, and then we're going to change cover, upload. Because I like the way it sounds. And stream. Nope. Video editing number 4. And I'm just gonna change this to this. I'm a simple-minded fool. Much better, babe. And that's all good. Okay. Everybody wrestles with their demons. And I'm done like that one. Okay. And now... Okay, so what else do I gotta do? I got to... I wanna... I guess I could try that. D20 thingiverse. I want to do a render for Enshrine, because I was commissioned to do that as well. Okay, I should just look up D20. Can I see? I just need a very simple D20. Mean that I'm the closest one around. Where's the numbers? I want the numbers to be in it. Darling of bastards, you ain't got nothing to you. I just need like a normal D20, bro. Oh, oh, mini model dice. What? Sometimes I don't recognize you love me. I want the numbers to be in the model, please. Make my life a lot easier. These have it. Mr. Forgettable. Mr. Forgettable. Mr. Forgettable. Me flowers in my heart, still in the night. The kitchen change. What about your name? To be my heart, just a play. It is in the clouds right now. Say I'll come around, around. Oh, it's just the chemicals. Huh, fuck. That's funny. I mean, this one could work. I just kind of wanted to wear... I just didn't want these edges. Love me for me. This is our How download model? Download 3D model. Reduced to skin and bone, I can't even have you want to know. Give me the FBX. Find dice new folder. Let's do blind. Hack out D20. This guy, extract. You took a start at that. You got with me, and you must have felt. Interesting. Okay. Can I rectangularize this model? Me that you thought you loved, but I am not afraid. Surprised by me, you took me on. Reduced to skin and bone, I can't even tell. You want to know. So let me see this one. Maybe this one will be better. Oh, it is in the textures. Fuck. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay. Well, it should be okay, right? Yeah. Yeah, I have an idea. Yeah, I have an idea. Okay, so it's like this. And then I would duplicate it. Duplicate material. We're going to do transparency cutout. We're going to make this one red. And then we're going to give this. And it did none of that. Okay, cool. What? Oh. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so now if I... There we go. Yeah, I want like... Let's shift for this one. Oh. Where's the 20? There it is. Oop. Oop. Yep, there you go. There we go. And then we would make the roughness like this. Same with this guy, and we'd make it black. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god. Okay. Honestly, I'd rotate it like a little bit, I think. Like that. Make this one come from this side. Actually, texture. Plastic stone. Coal could work. Obsidian would be great. Maybe I did like obsidian, but not as polished. Scale. Oops, not that way. Let's do 4. Oop, 1 actually. I'm going to take off the displacement, take off the normal map. Let's do like 3. Yeah. Yeah. And then we'd make it rougher. But it's not that bad. Let's make it dark. Let's not invert this. Let's just lower it, I guess. What the fuck? Why did that happen again? Stream elements? Stream elements? Are you okay? Yeah, no, I don't know. It shouldn't have done that, because that was from earlier. And at the end. Okay, and then let's do like a... No, I think that's fine. Just take the normal off. Not that bad if we got each other's. Actually, it would be really cool if this was just blackout. Oh my god, no. I said be blank. Yeah, like that. But have like a little bit less. Honestly, wait, maybe I could do that for all of this. Make it like metallic render, do this race tracing. Maybe a little less metallic. Honestly, it's kind of cool. Let's get a camera on this. This is gonna be camera 1. This is gonna be camera main. This is gonna be render. I'll turn that off. Let's make it 1080 by 1080. Safe frame. Let's do orthographic. That looks weird. Perspective. Let's do it like that. Honestly, I kind of want this light here. Yeah, like that. And then let's do another light here. Let's make it almost like a red, maybe? Didn't save the red. That's fine. Let's do like purple. It's not saving the purple. Stop it. Am I clicking cancel? Sphere diameter. It's interesting. If I made the sky darker. I don't think that the... It's like competing with that, which I don't like. Okay. Maybe I make it a bit more rough. Is it glossier? Actually, it's not the glossiness that is affecting it, it's the metallic. I kind of like that. Let me see. Cool. I'm trying to decide where I want this light though. I think I want that one there. Let's see, where's this one again? This one's kind of the main light, to be honest. Right, and then this is competing, so we want to bring it somewhere else. Boy making big noise, man on the streets, gonna be a big man someday. You got blood on your face, big disgrace, putting your can all over the place. Like that. And we have this one. I think we actually need a neutral light for this. Please be a neutral light, thank you. Go back. I liked how it was before. Well, someday you got blood on your face, big disgrace. 100.1. There we go. I want to do purple, or what do I want to do? Red. Something like in between actually would be better. Okay, so that's cool. I like that a lot. So we got that one. And then let's do an alternative one where it's inverted. So this material goes on this one, and then this material goes on this one. But the... Oh shit, not like that, actually. So turn off and lock. Delete this guy. And delete this guy. This is the shiny material. And then this is the words. So I should just render it instead of just taking a screenshot. And download, save, transparency. Add new, camera 1, render image. Alright, and then we're gonna duplicate. And this will be like blackout material. And this will be shiny letters. So now we remove this to none. Shiny letters we give transparency cutout. And then we give it this guy. And now shiny letters cutout alpha. Okay, so this will be this one. And this will be this one. Why does this look wrong? Oh, in camera go. Oh, Jesus. Okay, there we go. Alright, why are you off? I am in much confusion. Yeah, this one looks right. The one doesn't this one look right? The fuck? Oh! I'm silly. There we go. Oh, there's the blackout dice. So you get a little less metallic though. And then shiny letters are gonna get even shinier. Metallic none, roughness none. And then we do a different light, in my opinion. That's brighter. Yeah, like that. That's what I was aiming for. Let's see where I want to put this lighting though. How do I use a different skybox? I don't like this. Image. Resources. HDR skies. Neon photo studio. Oof. Size studio small. That's a 1. Okay, no, this is like an actual photo shoot. Cool. Okay, I like that more. But I want the 20 to be lit up. Yeah, I think I like that a lot. Render. Then 20. Morning. Hi, Kieran. How are you doing? Shiny material. Oops. Oh, wait, no, it's shiny material. There you go. But then make that color darker. Make it a little less reflective, I think. Is that something we can do? Yeah. Having my morning coffee. Just woke up. How's you? I'm good. I'm just figuring out this rendering thing that I want to do for a commission that I have. It's very similar, but a little different. So let's render image. Downloads. Cancel. Shoot. Save. Okay. Let's remove this guy. Insert this guy. Let's get that purple light back in here. I don't like where that purple light is, though. Change the spot angle. There we go. Render image. Now let's switch them. Render image. So it kind of shows like the inverse of one another, I think. So these last two. Yeah, kind of. I almost want to make this D20 blanket material like darker even. But I kind of want to give it what? I think that's okay, actually. Cool. Now files save scene as. I'm still just a black. Wayne, I need help. What's wrong? What's the matter? What's the matter, V? What's your matter? What's your matter? How do I explain see your skip day to my Chinese mom? Tell her that skip day, senior skip day is a tradition in school where students who aren't doing well have to stay, but students who do well are expected to skip the day. So like word it like students who don't do good go to school, students who do good don't go to school, because it's a day for them to catch up. Just do it like that. Unless she's gonna triple check. If you think she's gonna triple check, maybe don't say that, but if you don't think she's gonna triple check, just say that. I know that's not how it works, but just say that. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm still just a rat in a cage. On my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. That's what I would tell my mom. Probably not. I'm a bad liar. I'm back on my PC. She's, oh god, is your PC okay? My school will report that I'm absent. I don't know, dog. I don't know, dog. I never did senior skip day. I went to an online school. It's good, just some software issues, understandable. Understandable. Like, is like all your friends skipping? Is that why you want to skip too? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think if you word it like it's a normal school day, but for students who do well enough, you just get to skip the day, you know? And they're gonna call, they're gonna say they're not that, oh, you know, the V didn't come in, and you just be like, yeah, because they did well. I would just, I don't know. So you change, but I don't know if that's true. It's possible. You should ask your friends about it. If y'all go to the same school, you should just ask your friends about it to make sure. That would be my bet, is to ask them. Oh, they don't? Are they going to school? Because if your friends are going to school, you might as well just go to school. Hang out with friends. Or, like, go to school and then go do something else. I'm sure one of you can drive. Just go do something else. Like, show up for your first class, and then just bingo bongo, get out of there. The day it's supposed to be switched. It's supposed to be switched to is my teacher's birthday. That's crazy. I just told my parents I failed all their expectations and I'm skipping. Yeah, yeah. And I want to go to school that day. Oh. I don't know. Then, girly pop, you might have to go to school if senior skip day. Is it tomorrow? Okay, is senior skip day? Is it tomorrow? Because if not, you can ask the teacher. I would appreciate if people would stop yelling on my window. Oh fuck. Why didn't you ask at school today? Why didn't you ask the teachers at school today? Teachers didn't know either. Bro, just go to school. just go to school. School today. Oh, that's valid. Okay. That's valid. Okay, just go to school. Just go to school, and then if teachers are like, well, today is senior skip day, you and your friends just leave. Just go somewhere. Go to the mall or something. I don't know what kids do these days. Just go to the mall or something. That's the wrong person. I went to all of my classes. There's so many things open. Too many tabs open. It's freaking me out. Now I'm gonna try to explain, and if she's not convinced, I'll go. I like that plan. Just be like, I am an exceptional student. They don't want me to go to school, but they think that it's a normal school day. If you wanna if you wanna go the lie a step further, you can just go on Canva, make a little permission slip, and just be like, I am a parent, and I'm like, just write that, like, the student V has, well, then you'd have to print it. Never mind. You planned this way too soon. Yeah, your time frame is too little, V. Because, like, no, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna say that's a tradition. I just don't want to go to school. Okay. That's what I'd do. That's what I would do. I'd just be like, I don't want to. Okay, so I sent that. I'm gonna work on Chibis now, I think. I think it's Chibi time, because I want to play Minecraft today, but I don't think I'm gonna have time before I get, like, exhausted. So I think we're just gonna work on 2 salute emotes. Then we're gonna work on my commission. And then I would like to work on some 3D art because it also goes with my TikTok video for this week. And then if I'm not tired, we'll play Minecraft. I'm not gonna try to use it to tell the truth and pray for pity. Yeah, no, that's valid. That's my tactic oftentimes. And then I'll record after stream. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna sketch another one. File open recent. Salute base. File save as. Salute _ Boffy mark. Go here. And if pity is not given, then cry at school. I like this plan. It's a good plan. Did you take that deal? I'd take that deal. You take that deal? I'll take that deal. Right, there's Bonfy. Yeah, because I do 2 today. Finish. Ooh. Go in at any point, pull the fire alarm and run. Don't do that. Don't listen to Kieran. Do not do that. Do not do that. That's wild. No, don't do that. You're about to graduate. Don't do that. Okay. I got my headset like paused and it's freaking me out. Just like don't go to classes and act like you did. The problem is that they're gonna report that she's absent. That's the only problem with that is they report that they were absent and then. I'm sure most high schools have cameras in hallways now. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Alright, we're gonna do the sketches of everything. We're gonna sketch this, we're gonna sketch Buffy, and then we're gonna sketch the Chibi commission that we have. And go for them. Isn't too bad. Okay. As long as it's not too bad. I would find out and tell my mom. It's not that bad. Okay. Yeah, so you could just not go if you really wanted to. I believe in you. But I don't know if all this effort is worth it, you know? We didn't have a skip day back when I was in high school. I didn't skip. I didn't know there was a skip because I was online schooled. Mine did, but everyone knew the blind spots for vaping and making out stairwell next to the gym. My God, that's crazy. I went to an online high school, so I don't have these memories, but I will live vicariously through chat. But at the very least, I want to be honest for the last 2 days before I get ready to leave for college. That's understandable. That's good on you. Oh, well, me. Who's you? Buffy has a very symmetrical hairstyle now that I look at it. Theme song. So sweet, I die. Your lips are so deep, I die. It's my life. Because once college is over, I'm an adult. I'm probably never coming back. That's a mood. That's a mood. It's understandable. Put like a little extra loopy here. That's when my ass can catch. Don't you? There we go. And then Mappy's got curly. Jewish so. I don't like how I did that. No, I don't like that either. Hell yeah. Right now, the coffee BRB. Have a good coffee break. Have a good coffee break. I didn't want to shut down, so I didn't sleep pretty much. Understandable. Understandable. Sometimes I too have that time where my brain just doesn't want to shut off, and then I'm up until like 4 a.m. and I'm like, eh. And then the circle glasses. And then his mustache. Something like this. Which is an angle I am not used to. And then and then let's turn symmetry off. So it'll be like this. And let's go back to this. And it'd be another one of these sleeved ones. So it'd be like this. I don't want this to be so sharp. And then like this. Child is running downstairs again. There you go. And there would be like a stripe here. Did I do that right? I did not. Okay, cool. Yeah! Okay, there's Boffies. Now we do the hard part, which is the other ones. Let's assess them, make them white with an alternate version of green glow. Operation, the blackout dies. Okay, so this one. So he just really does want it like this. Boop. And then he wants the numbers to be white. Make them not metallic. Make them not rough. And then give them... Nope. 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 Emissive. Like a green. I think this has to be like slightly green too. Bruh, please. Okay. Glow green. Damn it, still not. It's not copied. Dice. My count. Okay, file new. I'm gonna do this on a 1K texture. Ah! Oh, go in there. Stay. Alright, I gotta go to cool. Alrighty, and then to go look at the thing again. Should have work on it. Actually, let me look at the VGen thing. Host. Okay, so he wants. What? What the fuck? Okay, now we have to make the sky less bright, I think. So color white. Color white. And how do I make it glow more? I think I'll be in the camera settings actually. Motion blur, flare, exposure, highlight, shadow, clarity, contact, saturation, bloom. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay, so achieve VO of my character using a typewriter. 9. Okay, so chibi using typewriter. Oops. It is. Okay. But the sides are reflecting a lot of light. If we want to do that, other image. Essentially, I just made a rough workspace. Of me, I don't want to my music. 1080, 80, enter link. This in there. Ooh, unlock it. Alright, I can do that. Okay, and then they want. Copy this over here. You don't embarrass me. And then 3, me chibi peeking out of a. You can no longer keep in the bottom left hand side. How's the void going? Good. I'm changing it a little bit. And then emissive. The green again. There you go. There you go. Save. Need a typewriter. And then what else? Cue a character tucking someone to bed. Okay. Run your sorrows and fear. How can your blood and your tears? I do it like this. I think it should be front facing though. Backup typewriter. How easy is the dice to see for someone who gets it all gray? Fingers, I feel it in my toes. Let's make the clip black. Does that look better? There you go. Could be because the background. I know it's a bit of a pedantic, but do you know if Artie plans to have the dice with carved in numbers? Yeah. Yeah, but these are just marketing, so I'm being lazy. Also, you can't see it. You're not gonna be able to see that. You're not gonna be able to see it. If it's blackout dice, you can't see it. Background. I changed the render settings. It's not having that weird issue. Is this better? If I make render image, this is how it looks if I can see the world like down super hard. Yes, poor man's poison. What about the second to last one? No. Oh my god, this seems so complex. Yes. Which one do you want it for? It's not for Batatum. Batatum. Okay. This one. What do you know? Wait, top. Shit, I'm stupid. Okay. Please no. Missions. No, this was giveaway community tools. Nope. Nope. This one. Talk in bed. That's not bad. Charcoal does have some. Okay, let's do the typewriter first. Eight. Bang you, somebody hang you. Right, time to head to work. Have a good day at work. Thank you so much. I shall catch you next time. I look forward to it. Good night for later. Thank you. Thank you. Oh shit. What I said. Guess we'll all be hesitantly waiting for what V has decided. You have some kind of detail going on, otherwise it looks fake. Could you try? Okay. Let's see. Texture. Okay. I'll save those. I'm not saying what I had some fun. Charcoal. Oh. Substance. On paper. Let's do charcoal. I can't use these. No, that won't work. Material. Recent blackout dyes. Let's look for burnt lumber. Duplicate. Don't do this, don't do that. Let's see. Let's do the occlusion map. Let me see. Let's try cement actually. I'll try cement instead. Yeah, I think I like that one better, and then just make the color. Yeah, and then just make the color black. Can't tell if this is better. Did that actually go on? No, that's a real question. It did. We could do that, or we can turn up the brightness. Make this black, and then make the middleness this much. Like that. And a little less bright. And then try that. Okay. Oops. And then let's have this. Okay, let's make it a 25. Let's go to the Xenon references. Copy image. That's a big picture. Yeah. I think like a dark green typewriter would be nice. Like this silver. intensity. Outline. Or make it gray. Layer, convert to curves. And this will go underneath here. And we have the typewriter. Typewriter. Let's do. These will be ref. Lock it. I might I just turn that light intensity and just have it from one side. I'm guessing they're super low res. And that's what's causing the patterning. And then I'm just turn the light intensity. Damn, it's official. What's official? Oh. It's changed to my teacher, but that's crazy. That sucks. Guess I'm going tomorrow. I believe you, okay. Anti-aliasing on this. It'd be so funny if it doesn't rain tomorrow. Why would it rain tomorrow? Let's do. Understand at least how to look. The variation with white numbers, please. Okay. Say. Find the test. This last one is what we want. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. My brain is making sense. Okay. Where did my pen go? Where did my pen go? Where did my pen go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Alrighty, boyo. Let's get you drawn. So you sketched at least, actually. So you got long doggy ears. That did mirror. I didn't have mirror on. The whole reason the date was changed was because they wanted to go to the beach, but it might rain tomorrow. Interesting. Interesting. Wait, who wanted to go to the beach? Well, that was more on, not like on the teacher's side. Like, you know, I thought it was just a skip day is a skip day, you know? I guess unless skip day is planned by the kids, then I guess each their own. And then there's another one here. I think I would rather do it like this. And fix it. And then the ears. And then we can do the outfit, which we'll do really quick. Yeah, just draw it. It's like a really big, like this. There's 13 seconds now. Turn symmetry off whenever it decides that I can have my cursor back. No, select. Enshrined. Dice, blackout D20. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Oh god, yeah, I remember now. I don't like this so much. This should be here. I don't know what that is. Layer 1 export. That can go on top. This goes here. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, this is the wrong one. This one. Cool. And this wouldn't happen to have charcoal, would it? No, it would not. Oh, wait, it does. Cool. Let me just remove. No. Yeah, there we go. And then this. This one, texture. Trans opacity. P. Okay. And then. Okay, I think this makes sense. And then height. Add. Actually, no, it's supposed to be like this, isn't it? Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some wild. Yeah, there we go. I want to override all of it. It's not overriding it though. Filter. Where's the invert button? It is. Self-care numero uno. Understandable. Understandable. I appreciate you taking care of me as well as you taking care of yourself. It means a lot. Emissive. How to emissive. This color. As the rest of this it doesn't affect. Roughness. Okay. Metallic 1. Roughness 1. Okay, cool. Textures. Space is rough, metallic, normal. Emission export. Save. Enshrined. Dice. That's wrong. Blackout. Alright, now let's reopen Marmoset for the 5th time. Because I said, fuck it, we might as well do it now. Oh, you know, all the time. Just a game to you. Okay. It's not duplicated again. Let me delete this guy. Not 1. What do you mean it's update? Where did it export to? Bruh. What? Oh my god, I didn't save it. Oh my god. Alright, let's just do it this way then. Dice, blackout dice. Alright, there you go. Surface, normal. Base color, roughness. Metallic, emissive. Emissive, this one, intensity on, glow green. Oh. And it goes on here. And now, just gonna cross-reference it with this one. Make the sky a little bit brighter. A little more green, I think. For this, I can make the numbers green. Let me turn off the emissive map. Why is it so... Let's go there. Oh, because I fucked it up. Save. Please go to the right folder. Export. You knocked upon my door. Morning. You knocked upon my door. Say. And the devil walking side by side. Save. Close. Okay. Side by side. Okay. Where's my PRF? Let's see my bed. There you go. I can see. Nope, that's bad. Okay, hold on. Why is it in here? There you go. I see the eyes. Okay. Delete that. Take this. Yeah, I was doing the hair. I'm being silly. I was doing the hair. One that goes this way, and then another one that goes like this. And then the rest of the hairs on this side also follow that kind of. This. Song's like freaking me out a little because I feel like I hear a heartbeat behind it. It's making me confused. I think that might be too much. Oh wait, I have an idea. Levels. Saturation and then levels. There you go. And then textures. Oh no, set me free. Oh no. This one. Save as. This is seen Chibis. Zenon has my one animal sin that I don't that I gripe about sometimes when I see VTubers with that are animals. He also has human ears. But that's just a me thing. You can have animal ears if you want. I just don't particularly like it when they do. Because, like, why have animal ear if have human ear? Or why have human ear if have animal ear, you know? It's like, if you hear in double, I feel like you get a headache more often than not. Unless it's like selective hearing, you can choose which ears you listen from. Or if they're fake. Or if one of them is fake. It'd be funny if, like, the human ears were, like, fake. To hear better, duh, I guess. I don't like it. Oh, is that just getting lost a lot? Here's a slightly different sharp. Alright, so you have eyes that are like this. Oh, not that tall because you have more male presenting eyes. So do a little bit sharper of an angle. Let's do like a single one. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe like this. I think I might just keep this one. Yeah. And then I do that in that chibi. Like something like okay. I should really just not close that folder. Stream. I don't. Okay, cool. Oh. Mute. Put you right there for now. Okay. So have that, and then the bottom one is just, but you don't have those. Okay. And this one. Okay, so this is Shrine Blackout Dice 1. With okay. How do I do the eyes? Oh, you do need like a bottom lid though. What this? This is cool. Have water. Oh, it's so spicy. Oh my god. Why is it so spicy?
Well, I didn't really notice it, but it can smell like fancy text, like the name of pickles and stuff is pretty hot.
Cool.
Like a bunch of peppers and stuff in the
Cool. It is good though. Spicy pickles. I'll have to see how I feel about this. Hot. We don't do noses. Oh my god, spicy pickles. Fake IDs. I'll probably chub the cheeks out a little bit. I don't like that though. Oh my god, my mouth! I just go tomorrow. Good night. Good night, V. We love you. Have a good eep. Have a good eep. I hope you eat super good. Oh my god. Oh, Christ. Okay, I think that's not working. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Oh, fuck, my potatoes, BRB. Oh, God. Good luck with your potatoes. Good luck. I think that's a typewriter sketch. Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck. Right. Fantastic. Okay, so I didn't want like this, and it's like, nope. I like the circle. Oh my god, okay. Oh, that spicy pickle really fucked me up, guys. Oh shit. Like a neck. I'll erase this part. I feel like the ears should be bigger. Let's do symmetry off. It's bigger. Fill big gap. Yeah, I'm down for that. And then flip. Let's do it before the erasing. There you go. I'm gonna bring these down a bit. And like here. Take this one and bring it like here. What do you think? Yeah. So here's the typewriter sketch. And now let's do the other reference, which is this one. Which, oh goodness, will probably just be like, actually, making it too big. Make it smaller. There you go. Now I can do like the full circle. And then make it like this. I have to make it smaller even. Then it's like, we have the pillow. Actually, not like that. It'd be like this. Fix the angle a little bit. And then here we do like a CP face. So I would do like this. And then I turn this off. Make sure it lines up. Yeah. Okay. Let me do this hand. Sketch. Okay, and then could I take the face from this one? Big maybe. And then with the face. And then like that. And I'll make the ears a bit bigger. Let me erase like this part. And then I'd probably scoot this. Honestly, I'd probably move it over here, but no. Like this. Stop. 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 And then I'd move the hand. Stop. Connect. Kasaku. Washi wa stop. And then let's move this hand. Name. Fuck. Ikarata. The fuck? Take this guy. Okay. And stop. 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 Good. Let it was stop. Good. Tashi was stop. Oops. Chihuasta. So it would be like this and then go down. Yeah. I, I don't know if they want to keep him bald or not, so. They just said someone? So. Stuff. I need. What the fuck? Let's take this guy, delete him, erase this guy, take this guy. Let me take the opposite side. I'm just gonna stretch it out a bit. Then bed sketch. And I'm just gonna put that there. And then lock it, lock this guy, and then we get the little A. I believe. There you go. Alrighty. Now for the final sketch. Alright, save. Close. I can close excess stuff. Okay. Canvas optimize. Save. I should just put my VTuber model right there though. Because I always need to reference her and then I don't have her and then I cry. So I think, let's see. I think, I'm trying to think. Because maybe we could do the sketching or the 3D stuff tomorrow. I have to get some B-roll for that though. Oh, fuck. Okay. Forgot. I do it tomorrow though. No, let's just do it now. Texture test, the texturing in Blender. Hand painted. Oh, this is a good one. Very cool, but I need... No, you're not UV texturing? Oh shit, I gotta change this then. There are multiple... there are multiple ways or programs can achieve this, but we'll be focusing on Substance Painter. Is it gonna... okay. Okay. Yeah. Texturing. Yeah, okay, we won't need that if we're cutting that line out, actually. Blah, 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 the happy... Yeah. Yeah, okay. My brain is doing the thing, okay. Black. I'll get a pencil again. Then, so my bangs would be like this. We'd have hair spitting out of here. And then we'd have hair kind of doing one of these things, I think. Like gravity. Let me just zoom into me. Make this a bit smaller. Okay, and then make this guy. We will not force us. Like this. Oh shit, that was so big. I was not expecting that to erase so much. Like this, like that. Like this. Just go it down a bit. And then, my ears should stick this way. River Lee. Horizontal, rotated. Oh, my ear's so small. Ear should be bigger. There we go. Weave. There we go. He's going to get rid of me. make that bigger later. There we go. Like this. And then this one. And then this one. Ew, I don't like the way this is curving. And like this. There we go. I think I did this one a little bit too much. There is a very unhappy baby outside, and I can hear them from here, and they don't sound like they're close. Like, it sounds like a very far off building, and this baby is loud as fuck. Not that I mind, it's just sad that the baby's so upset. There we go. I'll do it like this. A little more here. I'll take this. Make it bigger. There we go. And I did all the hair in one because I'm getting more used to drawing myself. And then I do it like this. Actually, I need a different color so I can see. Bright as the sun. I'm gonna do a these thing. Make it bigger. Let's make this go down a little bit more. And then one of these. And then another one. This, like this, and like this. So how I want to do that? So how I did on the other one? Brands, boop, 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 boop. No, I did at the end, okay. Like a big smile. Do like that. Like a thing here. Like this. And I'd be like, and then a little nose band-aid. I saved them. Good job. I'm glad you did not burn them. I would have felt pretty bad if you burnt them. Oh my god, I can't draw. My brain is slowly deteriorating, chat. It's like a bow here. That I draw a lot better than this, but you know. And then we take the other eye. We flip it. Turn that off. Oh wait, no. Let's get the black back in here. That's not black. That's white. And then oh, I see. Give. And then we flip it. And then we rotate this bitch. No, that's too far. I think that's even. I lied. We did it all. I traded. Oh god. I love watching my VTuber lag. Let's see how long it takes until it loses tracking. Oh, why is it lagging so much? Okay. There you go. What's for one thing? I kind of like it. When it was like less. I just have to decide if I want my hands to peek out or not. Something. Be something. Actually, what if we instead did like this? And we did like a and we can do that. Let me take this. Let me do like that. Actually, it'd have to be more tilted. My God, this hand's gonna piss me off.
And sauce. Do you want any other type of sauce?
What is this?
Fish potato. Who's gonna have ketchup?
Green sauce. Thank you. I have been served dinner. Thumb is too big. Thank you, sir. The heck? What the hecky? What the helly? What shit? Rasterize. I can't draw a straight line. Okay, I could do like that, where it's like I'm waving. Cause that little wave was not waving, it was more like a salute, and it was making me nervous. Rasterize. I don't like this mouth. Trying to catch my ghost. Chasing. Okay. All that is done. Goodness. More the sketches. Spicy pickle, spicy pickle. Oh my god, I can't spell. Too many E's and too little TH's. Okay, save. Alright. I'm gonna take a little break to eat. Take a little break to eat. I'll give you guys like a video, a STEM video. Actually, no, it needs to be art. Done. Yeah. Rainbow curve sensory therapy. There you go. Oh my god, it has audio. Yum, 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 yum. I'm excited to try these with this sauce. Trying to decide if I want to do Chibis or record video. I think I'll record video after. I didn't Reddit link have any interesting videos. All right. Sure. What's the worst condiment? Damn, you think they got them slides for free? Ranch, easy answer. I like ranch. Especially buttermilk ranch. I know they said all of Bombas, but I heard all of Obamas. I should. Sorry, I don't know why we watched that ad read. What? What? Ranch is just so bleh. I like it. I think it like if you have like a complex flavor, it's nice and it simplifies it. But definitely not my favorite. Garlic aioli is one of my favorites. Okay. I feel like this is gonna be. I don't know. Ranch isn't even on here. A real aioli is peak. Yeah. Valid. I think I'm gonna go with steak sauce. See, this is good to watch with dinner because we can have food. And not be too hungry while we watch. Are they tasting different burger sauces? They're just tasting different sauces. I don't know if specifically like burgers. I'm maybe like the top 5 most typical burger sauces. I don't know. I wasn't really listening. Burger sauce is a crime. I don't know. Maybe the mythical crew was just like, this sauce is the worst. No, this sauce is the worst. And now they're putting it to the test with Rhett and Link. Tell me it's so spicy. What? I don't wanna. Sounds like a lot of work. Damn. That's crazy. He whiffed it. I guess, yeah. Yeah. If it's like not about personal opinion, but like a more general opinion, I feel like mayonnaise, yeah. That's crazy. He almost had that. On the board and relish. Yeah, I guess then it's just like maybe they thought like burger sauce was unfair because it has all of it, whereas like these are just singular sauces. Oh, okay. This may be a dog's, but my work has the best burgers ever. 6-ounce patty on a brioche. Oh, capicola. Oh, goddamn, Bex. Goddamn. I don't know where that would be, but yeah, I need that too. Fuck. Mmm. Steak sauce. Oh. Go for no. Excuse me. That's crazy. That's crazy. Unless he totally misses. Unless he totally misses. It's an Italian deli sub in burger form. Yeah, I know. That sounds so good. Fuck yeah. I knew it was steak sauce. I knew it was steak sauce. I'm crying. I perchance work in an Italian restaurant. Dude, that's fucking crazy. That's so cool. Oh, damn. I don't know. I'm about to see all of these noodle shapes. I'm crying. Too much spice in my bones. I think I don't like rotelli. I feel like it would create in the sauce too many air pockets. Botox has like two sides of a scoop. Pappardelle is wide, so you could like more noodle per sauce. And then angel hair could be for sauces that are like. I just feel like it's gonna be rotel. I said both. They said the E wrong in both of those. Oh. Oh. Was it rotelli? Oh my god. I like rigatoni. Mmm. So it's rotel and parpadelli. Okay. Makes sense. I like rigatoni. I like slide my fork into it, or I use a spoon. Most times I use a spoon. Alright. I need to take a break from dinner. I ate a little bit fish. Because it was spicy. Look at it, don't like it. Taste it? So that's crazy. So he's going for bow ties? No, he's going for rotel. I think it's gonna be rotel. Oh, not bad. It's just that simple, chat. It's just that simple. Mid-flight. That's crazy. Pressure. No. If he makes this is gonna be crazy. I think they didn't think about like the sauce to noodle ratio, you know? I wish they were talked more about noodle to sauce ratio. Nice. Yep. 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 Bow tie's okay, but it's kind of childish in my opinion. I like that. I think they're cute. But I feel like Rotel would have air pockets. Like, it's not long enough to, like, stop the air pockets like rigatoni. But it's, like, short enough that, like, it'll just create air pockets. That's my opinion. I don't want to watch the rest of it because I have stuff to do. But I'm glad we watched that and we ate dinner together because that was fun. Alright. I don't like how I tend to just lay fat like a mini lasagna. Like, what, you mean bow ties? Talking about bow ties? Probably finish like one a day. Alrighty. That's valid. That is valid. I could see bow ties suctioning together. Alrighty. My plan, because I realized as I was eating that the minute I stop streaming, the minute I'll want to like go rest. And so, because of that, I'm gonna do boffies first. I'm going, let's see. Let me see. I think I'm gonna do boffies. Actually, I think I'll do these off stream. I don't know. I kind of want to record VO. I think is my plan. I kind of want to record VO, so I'm gonna do that because I want to. So we're just gonna go just chatting because I'm gonna have to move myself, and I think it just looks better from just here. Yeah, I'm in front of the chat a little bit, but that's okay. Launch anyway, and you guys can judge me while I do this. Okay. Recording studio profile. Recording studio. Okay. Thank you for the head pats. Alrighty. I'm gonna have to recenter my face tracking. But we'll start with V highlight. Because we're here. We're here. Might as well. Alright. Created with science and magic, this half vampire, half skeleton. Oh. Created with science and magic, this half vampire. Created with science and magic, this half vampire, half skeleton hybrid VTuber has talent like you wouldn't believe. Vortex, affectionately known as Vortex, affectionately known as Vovo, is a V artist that also rigs their own model. They're a fun person to hang out with, whether it's because they're playing a game or yapping while they create art. They are currently creating a customizable model that has a ton of variety and hairstyles, so be on the lookout for when that releases. Vovo posts regularly on their socials, so be sure to check them out and drop them a follow over on their Twitch if you can. Alright, let's see how that looks. Bleed, 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 bleed. Maybe it is better if I'm on the hub. Then you can see what I'm doing in the background. Oh. File, save project as. I think. Save. And now we gotta do this. And this. Hi, Will. How you doing? There's this, link clips, and then scoot it back up. Alright, so I think it starts here. Hi, I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm just doing a little bit of recording VO. Recording VO, because I thought that could be good to do while we're here. How do I feel about that? Yeah, I'm fine with that. And then this one. What is this name? Okay, I think that looks good. And we'll just position, zoom, apply, save. The stars. Okay. Okie dokie. Hey, waggy. Alright. Let's take glasses off, change the hair on back. That was the eepiest jackalope of the north. Not only are they eepy, but they also create... That was the eepiest jackalope of the north. Not only are they eepy, but they also... Oof. Okay. That was the eepiest jackalope... No. That was the eepiest jackalope of the north. Not only are they eepy, but they are also incredibly sweet, informative, and entertaining. Eggy streams yapping with her chat along with a plethora of games including Souls-like and ARPGs. Hi, Quetza! On their socials, you can find that they share daily content creator tips as to foster positive and healthy habits for content creators. So if you're ever lost, check their social and they may have the answers to your questions. Eggy's eepiest of ways were created by Toru and Karopomi over on Twitter. How are you doing, Quetza? Save. You don't know? That's understandable. Well, you're welcome to vibe with me while I do some background work. Keep you company when you feel like you don't know. I am here for you. I'm your buddy. That was the wrong video. Probably because it's this one. Did you have the day off at least, Quetzal? I think it's this part. Yes, but it was hard to enjoy. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, if you need to vent, feel free to vent and chat about it. What I want to do. Okay, and then I think I have to boost this a bit. Oh, I'm gonna have to re-record that one. Okay. Eggy streams yapping with her chat along with a plethora of games including Souls-like and ARPGs. I can tell just what you know. I want to be alone. I want to be alone. I can say just what you know. The whole time. Oh, I keep looking to the side. So I want to have fun tonight in VR or something during the day, but I noticed the vibe was off between my dad and stepmom. Nothing about them two, but interesting. I'm sorry that happened. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I have to do this one more time. Eggy streams Eggy streams yapping with her chat, along with a plethora of games, including Souls-like and ARPGs. Sorry, I had to re-record it because I looked away too soon. But I'm sorry you couldn't enjoy your day off, Quets. My mom's stepbrother's wife, so I guess step on. Oh, geez, are they okay? Are they like in the hospital? Are they okay? Sheesh. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope they're doing okay. Sorry to hear that the vibes were off. I understand a day being a bit rough when the vibes are off. But I'm here for you. Maybe you could like cozy in with like a comfort food and just watch like a movie or a TV show that you like. Maybe that, I mean, because even though a day kind of goes bad, maybe you could end it off on something a little comfier. You could do that. In hospital, into, oh God, I'm so sorry. Fuck. I'm sorry. But yeah, I definitely, suggest maybe something like comfy cozy, hot shower, nice bath if you can. Some tea. She's young too. Well, the nice thing about being young though is that there's a higher chance of recovery for things like that when you're younger because your body's like not on the end of its rope, So I believe that they could recover, maybe it's just like maybe gonna be like a rough week for them, but I'm sure they'll get better. And if not, we'll chat, we'll all put our hopes and prayers. Because good vibes go a long way. So, but again, I'm sorry that you're having to go through that, Quetza. If you need, I'm always here for you. My DMs are always open. If you just need someone to vibe with, I'm streaming here, so feel free to just use me as a little bit of a background noise, I'm going to record this really quick. Okay. Brushstrokes on an object that isn't even real? What the heck? A lot of 3D video games and 3D art projects use this style of texturing to create a cartoony or stylized effect in their medium. This type of style is created by what's known as hand painting. The hand painting technique can be done in multiple programs that can achieve this, but we'll be focusing on Substance Painter. This technique utilizes a lot of digital art fundamentals like painting in highlights and shadows, but I'm just going to focus on the biggest tip for making sure that your hand painted textures pop. The biggest technique that I suggest for any artist that wants to try this style is to paint your objects with no lighting, also known as unlit. If the textures look good without any help from other light sources, it can be If the textures look good without any help from other light sources, you're set. It can be easy to lose yourself in external tools / lights if you focus on It can be easy to lose yourself in external tools or lights, but if you focus on the most simplistic view of your art, it can help you see the big picture. Okay. Back to focus on Quetz. I am sorry, Quetz. But I love you, Quetz. And if you need anything at all, I got you, Pookie. I'm sorry that I am recording while you are going through it. I apologize. My timing is kind of bad. But I'm here regardless. Just put me on as like some background noise. Got you. I just need some comfy vibes. You got it, BB girl. I'll stream till I can't stream no more. Because I'll probably work on... Because my brain was just like, I need to work on those chibis. The charity chibis. I need to make a hug emote. I'll eventually make a hug emote. Okay, that's not so bad. Oh, fuck! I wasn't checking that. Oh, no. Hold on. Oh, no. I forgot the VTube Studio is lagging. Ah. So I gotta re-record lines. Fuck. God damn it! I'm so upset. Oh well, all is fine. Wrong, obvious. Okay. They are currently creating a customizable model that has a ton of variety in hairstyles, so be on the lookout for when that releases. Better not have fucking lied, you fucking piece of fucking shit, bro. Fucking goddamn it, fucking, I'm angry. I'm angry. How could this happen to me? Ew, what the fuck? Oh. Why does that sound so different? Hello? What the fuck have I done? Why does it sound different? Fuck. Okay, maybe I just fucked up? Okay. They are currently creating a customizable model that has a ton of variety in hairstyles, so be on the lookout for when that releases. Maybe that's better? Yeah, it just needed me talking in the beginning. And it fixed itself. Shoop, 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 shoop. Okay, so now let's read. Can I have you in the background as I snack some food? No problem. Let's have you get some good comfort food. I hope you get some good comfort food. Okay, now I gotta fucking check the eggy weggy one. God damn it. I don't have to do them. Why does my brain is like saying it's off? Okay. And I was wearing my normal braid. Yep. Normal braid, no glasses. Okay. Nothing. Okay. On their socials, you can find that they share daily content creator tips as to foster positive and healthy habits for content creators. So if you're ever lost, check their socials and they may have the answers to your questions. Okie dokie. Again, it's still weird. Let me turn up this light and then oh, okay. On their socials, you can find that they share daily content creator tips as to foster positive and healthy habits for content creators. Was that one okay? Yeah, I like that more. Oops. And I'll do the last one again. Eggy's eepiest of ways were created by Toru and Karopomi over on Twitter. Save. Okay, now they're done. Good lord. Alright, now go back to art tips. Art tips! Ew, what the fuck? Okay, we'll redo this part. I don't trust that one either. Okay. What about these last few? Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna... No, let's salvage what we can. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Our tips, and then we'll go and record. The hand-painted technique can be done in multiple programs that can achieve... the hand-painted detector can be done in multiple programs, but we'll be focusing on Substance Painter. This technique utilizes a lot of digital art fundamentals like painting highlights and shadows, but I'm going to focus on the biggest tip for making sure your hand painted. This technique utilizes a lot of This technique utilizes a lot of digital art fundamentals like painting highlights and shadows, but I'm going to focus on the biggest tip for making sure your hand-painted textures pop. The biggest technique that I suggest for any artist that wants to try this style is to paint your objects with no lighting, also known as unlit. If textures look good without any help with lights or sources, If textures look good without any help from other light sources, you're good to go. It can be easy to lose yourself in external tools or lights, but if you focus on the most simplistic view of your art, it can help you see the big picture. Excuse me. Sorry, that was a big burp. Sorry. Loud, the tanking wants the streets. My sister has a best friend that I've known since I was 3. Now we're gonna get strangled cause we tangled in the sheets. Man, dead man walking. Oh, do you mind if you see the nebulous? Do I mind if I steal the nebulous heart from your storage? Huh? Huh? You want to steal my heart? My heart? How am I supposed to live if I don't have a heart? Sheets, always like. Wait, I think I am confused. In Minecraft, if I need airports to make way stuff for my house, you can. Oh! Oh, I can just give you one. If you wait like 10 seconds, I can just give you one. Because I just give, in the Minecraft server, I just give people waystones. What kind do you want? What kind do you want, Vexed? I'll give you whatever one you want. And then you can keep those resources. God, my blanket is like on the ground. I hope you like the server so far, though. I hope you're having fun. I think that would be so helpful. And can I please just have a standard one? Of course. Of course. Yeah, great time. I'm glad. Are you cheese? Are you cheese? It's gonna be a long ass video, fuck. Fine. Alright, it will be loaded soon as I record the other things. Template. How's it what it is? What's happening? Why can't I paste this? Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions. Cool. This one. Alright. Ugh. Working can be so difficult because I'm so disorganized, and it would be great if I could have. Wait. But working can be so difficult because I'm so disorganized. It'd be great if I could have a timer for breaks, a to-do list, and a journal in one cozy application. Luckily for you, this does exist, and I got to try it for free thanks to Keymailer. Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions is a gamified focus tool set to a soothing... I feel like I'm reading too fast. Okay. Luckily for you, this does exist, and I got to try it thanks to Keymailer. Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions is a gamified focus tool set. Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions is a gamified focus tool set to Spirit City Lo-Fi Session is a gamified focus tool set to a soothing lo-fi soundtrack. Discover and collect spirits, customize your cozy virtual space, and facilitate your real-life tasks with a collection of handy features designed to improve concentration and ease stress. We got to customize our character with comfy vibes all around. Honestly, being able to try out this game myself has really made me understand how it could help my workflow while also keeping me sane through all my work. That one was okay. There you go. What? What the heck? What the helly? Wait, maybe not. Let me just... Where it is, this one. Oh, I didn't do the... Oh, shit. All around. If you'd like to try this game out for yourself, you can grab it over on Steam because it's out now. That's better. I really wanna see. Okay. Multiplayer, play. It's gonna wait because it's gonna load. Let it load. There's my pure ref. Pure ref roll for fun is done. And now I gotta be squishy guy. I have to be squishy guy. I have to change up my setup really quick. Squishy baby. Recording pose. Hello. Should be able to record this, and then I'll be able to give X their little thingy, and that will be good for this. Bringing your Oof.
The water's boiling.
Hi, Sunny. Hi. Okay. bringing your singular brain cell information that you probably didn't even know, is this TikTok user that creates simple yet informative videos about inflation, mortgage, money laundering, tariffs, and so much more. Honestly, a lot of this went over my head when I grew up, and these helped me wrap my head around. Honestly, a lot of this went over my head as I grew up, and these Honestly, a lot of these went over my head as I grew up, and these helped me wrap my head around the idea a lot easier. Next on Vibe and Shine, we have this incredibly talented artist that creates these popping cat paintings, and let me tell you what, I've never bought a painting for my home before, but if I had the money, I'd buy this artist painting in a heartbeat and create a whole wall for it. Finally, some wholesome... Okay. Finally, some wholesome but really impressive skills from this little baby. This parent and kid duo has been going on for weeks, seeing if this baby could hit the target in the middle. And finally, on day 25, you did it. We're so proud of you, kiddo. How you doing, Sonny? I just did a little bit of recording for videos. Hopefully that one was less complicated, so it should be good. Should be good. Should be goob. Alright, there you go. I'm closing this. I'm trusting myself to close this. Actually, I have to do it. I've just been lurking all day, but got time to check in. No, it's no problem. That's no problem. I understand. Days be busy. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't check before I did that. Okay, so... TP lovely lane 2 vexed. Oh, you're at... Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Okay. Let's get you away some. You must have worked on my D&D character. Hell yeah. Are you drawing them? I forgot. It's this button. I'm gonna do sticky keys. Yeah. Feel free to move we want from here. This area can be laggy sometimes. Getting their base outfit done before I add stuff. That's valid. That's valid. Look at Vexed already kitted out in iron gear. Look at them. Very cool. Very cool. Alrighty. For final video is Vibe and Shine. I can turn my light down. Minecraft shaders you got are nice. Yeah, they're... What are they? Complementary reimagined. I like how they make the clouds soft cubes. Yeah, this is the Milk Club. Don't mind that plane. Wacky made that plane. Oh, this is the Milk Club. But I have another house somewhere else because I needed something to do in Minecraft. And this house is kind of done. I mean, I haven't decked it out up here, but I have another base. Hold on. Go over there. A rat's over there. Why is my thing there? What's my... I forgot what button turns that off. Hold on. I'm a cat. Yeah, in the server you can be a bunch of races and I'm a cat. What's the inventory HUD mod? Config inventory HUD off. I forgot how to... Oh god damn it, I'm too small for these stairs now. Oh fuck. Ugh. I was playing a goblin before, but then I was like, I want to be a cat, and now I'm this small. This is my rat Maurice, I think. Your name Maurice?
Okay, I like it.
What the fuck? Wait, it just says rat. I thought we had a Maurice. What happened to Maurice? Why does it just say rat? Okay, well, we'll have to figure that out another day because we have stuff to do. But yeah, this is our other home, and it's nice. And I forgot I was in creative, so we can just like look at it and stuff. Yeah, I have to build the rest of it, but you know. Yeah, you know. Imagine he got lost and someone replaced him. That would be crazy. Not that many people play on the server. There's only like me and Vexed now. There used to be more, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. I'll say that for a bona fide fact. It's not impossible. What number is this? What number is this? This is 22. My blanket fell off my lap and now I'm cold. I'm too lazy to bring it back up though. Have you any custom Minecraft? Bro, I would love a custom Minecraft skin. I would love a custom Minecraft skin. I have one, but I don't really like it. I'm gonna be honest. I have one, but I don't really like it. Because I want one based off of, what is it? I want one based off of... Nope, it's not in there. It's in here. Based off of this outfit. Because mine kind of is. My VTuber, my skin right now. Wait, I did make it, but I don't like it. I'll be honest. I feel like other people could do better. Because this is based off of this, but it's not. I sent you in there and for like, hell yeah. Fuck yeah, thank you. Thank you. Alright, let me just pop this bad boy in here before I get tired. I'm actually feeling tired for once. I don't usually feel tired when I get off stream. I usually just feel like I'm just kind of done streaming for the day. But I'm actually feeling tired. So we gotta get this together before I lose. Before I go insane. Insane in the brain. Insane in the membrane. It's crazy. The song is kind of sad. Thank you. Oh, scared the shit out of me though. There you go. Oh, I read that fast, bro. It's fine. This voice is so long. Maybe it's because I don't need commentary on everything, yeah. I love your squishy avatar, thank you. She's one of my favorites. It'd be so funny if like the person that like this last video is about sees it and is like, hey look, this cat says you're cool. It'd be funny. It's so bouncy. It is. I'm very squishy. I'm very squishy in that mode. I'm just a squishy little lad. Yeah, that's that. That's that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not checking that one because there's a thing I want to do for it. Okay. Oh, that wasn't in caps. Imagine that was in all caps. Sunny. Food acquired. Nice. Alright. I would be very much happy if I could finish these chibis and then get off because I think that's all the work I would have to do, and then I could just go get a shower and go to bed. I've been streaming for fucking 9 hours. It's almost midnight! Excuse me. I don't know if I'll be able to do this again tomorrow, but... Hey, it's Buffy. It is Buffy. It is the buffers. Hey, what food did you get? Did you get some comfort food? Oh. My computer's gonna start beeping, probably. That fall? Fuck! My pen fell and my arms are short. A place called The Hat. That sounds good. That sounds yum. Okay. God, that like made my arm sad. Alright. I gotta get all the line art. Look in your eye. There you go. Yeah, what kind of food did the hat got? I hope they serve everything out of little tiny hats. I'd like that a lot. Honestly. There we go. I like that orange. You know, this blush. Actually, he wouldn't have the upper ones. Not whamming, so I do not give upper ones. God damn it. I keep clicking the wrong button. Okay. Sort of like diner food. Ooh, I like diner food. Diner food is yummy. More time. This color. Ooh, that sounds delicious. A pastramo burger. Ooh. Ooh. I feel like that's wrong. Yeah, I think that works. And then his eyebrows like this color. Same with these guys. Oh my god, my eyes are tired. Okay. Beep. Alrighty. This guy. Yeah, that did not work the way I wanted it to. Lock. Sky 14. That's better. Oops. Actually, I think it's fine. Celebrate. What's the best thing about Buffy's hair? It's fucking symmetrical, bro. Celebrate. Doop, doop. There we go. And then if we flip it. Oh shit. Dance with me. Dance with me. Celebrate and dance with me. Feel so free. Celebrate. Close curve. And celebrate. You feel so free. Feel so free. That's better than the other one. Celebrate. I was like, man, it's been a while since I heard this song, and I'm surprised my YouTube played it, forgot stream. That's valid. Yeah, my Spotify just kind of plays whatever. Whatever. This is gonna be... I'm just gonna call bangs. I wanna celebrate. I'm vibing, I'm glad. Why did I do that? Is this also an old song? I love the song, me too. That's why I had my first heartbreak. Remember how it all changed for the sad. Don't you worry, child. Heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry, now. I kind of want to just close the curve and just do, yeah, like that. I say as I don't like it. And then being added to my server. What's happening? We'll look at it in 10 seconds. Alright, what's up? What's poppin'? In the lounge. The Zaz gang, I like it. Huh? I feel like I color sampled the wrong spot. I did. Was it time? That's why I had my first heartbreak. Remember how it all changed. It's better for you. And we get this color and switch it and make it this color. It's at the bottom. Just like that so you can see them. And then I'd rather do it like this. And then this one in the middle. And then, yeah, this is the rear shape. Kind of. Kind of. And bring it out. Oops. What goes behind the hand? Except for a part of it. It goes in front. Okay. I apologize a thousand times. For real. Never meant to make it hard to cry. I apologize a million times. Okay. I am for real. Never meant to apologize a million times. I am for real. Hold up. Why am I so confused? I am for real. Never meant to make it hard to cry. I am for real. I apologize a million times. I'm for real. Never meant to make that grow up. Feel to make that grow up. Yeah, for real. Never meant to make that grow up. I think that works. Yeah, his sleeve is a different color. I'll fix the rest of it. My glasses. And I before, and I'll say it again. I'm interested in more than just being your friend. Out of bed. Oops, I did not mean to make that high. And then. Four, and then goes off, control, stabilizer, smoothness. Huh? I want the move tool. How do I, what? Infinity Designer, turn off move hand? Like I have the grab hand. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe if I relaunch it, 'cause I don't know how to turn it off. I want it off. Okay, there we go. There we go. Ooh. I was worried we were gonna be stuck with it. Oh, I want to change the outline for this color. Be like that. Same with this guy. Oh, maybe not. There you go. Maybe one more here. Art projects, 2D art. Sleep off mark save, close. I can do kiwis. Even that, Pat Rainer. Like deciding if I want to cheat or not. No, it's fine. Oh. 80. There we go. Maybe 14. 14. Emotion. These should all be green and darker. Same with these guys. I believe that they should be a green as well. And then ear one. Ear one. Flip. And we go down to here. Move the ears. Again. Let's see. Same with the hand. You cannot eat money, oh no. You lost chance falling in the river. Cannot eat money, oh no. Cannot eat money, oh no. You cannot eat money, oh no. Oh yeah, because I've done Kiwi's eyes in this style before. I can just color pick. Fuck yeah. Alright, I1, I2 done. This needs to be a dark green. I'll just make it a little bit lighter. I never figured out how their thing worked. I'll figure that out as I do it. Yep. Let's see. You cannot heap money on now. You cannot heap money on now. She has fallen in the mirror. You cannot heap money on now. You cannot heap money on now. This that color, but I don't think it really took the color. There you go. Feels. You've got all places we run to. This. Okay, now I need bald cap. Bald cap. Right. And then bald cap time. I made that too high. Oh my god, no, does he see? And then make this lower. That way we can do this guy. take this, give, and then I do. This is the braid. I get the gold. Get the gold outer layer color. That was not the gold outer layer color. Layer convert to curves. Put this down a little bit, put this up a little bit. And then we'll adjust. Actually, I'll just adjust the braid a bit. Come on. There we go. And then what the fuck layer is this? There you go. Alright, and then there's the braid. And here's the shirt. And then Kiwi's got yeah, you got these gold thingies that go up their arm. Oops. I'm perfectly good. Alright, now we're gonna do fluffy coat. I had to figure out how to do fluffy coat, that is. So there would be like fluffy coat goes down like that. And they would be this color with an outline of this color. We'll go behind the hair and the skin. So let's do it like this. I'll do it like a different angle. Red block money. Those ones like fun. I'm gonna keep shining. Those ones likes fun. It's a dead fucking roach in the city that way. Thank you for the cheek pat. When these my eyes grow. These my eyes grow. All right. I got 2 more done. Lean smoking hydro. Title. Goes wherever I go. Now I'm just gonna prepare this document for tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I think that's where we'll be done for today. I think, what am I doing after stream? Probably gonna go take a shower and go to sleep. It's probably my plan. Shit, Gordy's still going? God damn. God damn. Alright, well, we're gonna go raid someone else, though. Because we can't. Oh, Zoe's doing Cult of the Lamb. Nice. Go raid Zoe. Based. I am based. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out with me. Go hang out with Zoe. Go hang out with Zoe. Good job today. Thank you. I tried my best. I've been doing this endurance stream shit. Making me tired. But it's okay. Have fun. Have fun with Zoe. I love you guys a lot. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you want a raid message, here's a raid message. But if you don't want to use it, you don't have to. But I appreciate you using it so they know where you came from. I love you guys a lot. And I will see you guys tomorrow for another day of co-working. And hopefully more video games, honestly. I want to play Minecraft or something. But I love you guys a lot.